Hello, chat. Welcome out. How are we doing? 70. Goddamn. Yeah, the whole watch streak's getting broken. I wish they had gave you like a slight chance. Do you know what I mean? I wish they gave you a chance. Put this little fed up there. Oh, they do now? Oh, that's good. You get like a little tiny period of time, do you? My beard's finally growing back in. 2 more days, I reckon, and then it'll look a lot better. I still feel like I look probably maybe 42. Oh, God, I didn't stir that well enough. When we went shopping on the weekend, or it was just before the weekend, I ran out of coffee pods that day. I was like, okay, I'll just get some new ones. And the store we went to didn't have my coffee pods. So they didn't fit. So I just bought this like iced tea powder, which you mix water into and just stir. It's not that great. It's not that great. Slowly getting off the list one follicle at a time. Yeah. It's gone from on a list to divorced father pretty quickly. Do you know what I mean? Like, I went from science teacher to music teacher in a couple days. It's hot. Powder tea. It's powder latte. My one. That's also not great. It's fine. It's like, it's sweet. Mostly I just wanted some caffeine. But I do miss the warm drink. Just getting all the dailies loaded up. Don't go buy in a van. The bottom part? Do you mean all under here? I use a electric raver to get as much as I can off. I should dry shave here, but dry shaving when you have dry skin fucking hurts. Wait, really, Levo? I was wondering where you been, man. You wouldn't tell me what I said, dude. The automation on Twitch is awful. Smooth people. Yeah, I need to get a little bit older before I can do a mustache. I do agree. Like, I'm pretty smooth as things go. If I was to shave off my entire beard, go dry shave, I'd look literally like 17 years old. Yeah, I need some more stress. Whenever I get stressed, I just get white hair. Three times thicker, yeah. Mine won't grow thicker. My facial hair grows like Jon Snow. Okay. Let's get the dailies up. Yeah, trade, yeah. I haven't actually used the dry shaver in I don't know how long. What's up, Bush? So chat, I've been thinking. I think after that we do the dailies, let's work out a system for the villain, not villain, for the one-shot horror. Because I'm only slow on that because I haven't got as much time to work on it. So let's work that out. And then I think the gamer tier list will probably come out towards the end of this month. Close to Thanksgiving would be funny. Do you know what I mean? I did in the background. Yeah, thanks. It's not one commissioned by me. It's one I bought to use, and as a placeholder essentially. Groin. Goils. Oh, I thought that would be a word. It sounded good. Gossip needs 2 S's. No. Hmm. No. Gl. Glit. Glowy. Just to see if we can get some letters. Shit. I think it is going to be this. Let me try this for a second just to see if it. Oh, my M is not working. See if I get any letters. Okay. Oh my god, my M's actually starting to bugger up. Okay. Guam. Hmm. If it ends like this, what would the get Gipham get? Then I don't think it ends like that. OIM. No, IOM. Let's see if it ends with. I don't know where to put shit. Okay. So O at the end. Gizmo. That's hard. You into steampunker? Yeah, take that back. Music notes, foundation, stand, scale, bass, rest, range, compass, highlighter, envelope, powder, scope, speech bubble, blush, extent, holder. Things to put things on? Okay, it's kind of bullshit. Your range, your scope, the extent, the... Oh, base for the other one. Holder, base, stand, rest. Scale. Makeup. No? Oh, fuck, highlight it. I put envelope. I don't know why I put envelope. Yeah. I wouldn't have got the iPhone one. Was I blocking it? My bad. I haven't done this before. I don't usually do dailies on stream. You can't blame me. What the fuck? Okay. Vibes quick. Check this out. Steak pie meal deal, £10.95. A hot dog, £4.50. Beer advantage. Chicken strips with chips, it's 15. You get a drink, sensational popcorn. See, I would probably go for the popcorn, but I think people are going to look at that and think it looks nice. Pulled pork and cheese hot dog. Burger. What's up, Ebry? That's a lot. Water in a box always loses. Hot dog 6 wins. Chicken and gammon pie or Rocky Mountain oysters. Fuck! People really don't like testicles. Cheesy chips, chicken tikka fries. It's a £20 pizza, but it beats that. A scone and a hot drink. Chicken and chips. I'm going scone and a hot drink. You guys have lost your mind. Pie. What's a scone? So it's like a cakey pastry, a little harder than that. But cake like in a sense. Often with raisins, but don't have to have them with. You slice it open, and then you put, depending how much ratio, you put some cream and jam on there. You can just do cream. You can just do jam. You can do butter if you like. But it's like a sweet little pastry treat. Yeah, American calls them biscuits. They're very, very much the same taste as biscuits. It's just that we have our sweet. Yeah. Harder than American biscuits? Only if they're really cooked badly. Honestly, they're not hard. They're soft. They are as someone who's eaten American biscuits and the UK ones, they are very, very, very similar. It's just that Americans like to have them with savory stuff. Ours have probably a little bit more sugar in the mix. That's it. That's probably the only difference. Look a little smaller. They can be roughly the same size. You found biscuits and gravy? I'll be honest with you, biscuits and gravy isn't savory to me. That's quite sweet. It was quite sickly. It was quite sickly. It was good, but I think the few times I had it was quite sickly. Ugh. Latte wasn't mixed well. Sweet gravy. Well, it was savory, but it's creamy. Do you know what I mean? It's very sickly. I think a lot of what Americans have is sweet in general. So like even people say that their biscuits are savory. They are a little bit sweet just because all of your pastries are sweet to an extent. Even your sliced bread is sweet. Hmm. One of these Reese Witherspoon. Oh no, the other one. What's her name? I'll find it. Christina Applegate. Who are you with though? Brad Pitt. Let's try. Oh, Bradley. Okay. I'm not sure. Oh my god, what's his name? Oh my god, I don't remember his name. D.A. I mean, I won't remember his name. Yes. Dan Aykroyd. The guy that's in like so many different things, but I could never name him. Good job, trademark. I don't know if you put sugar in biscuits in America. Well, I think a lot of your just general flour is sweet. Like your sliced bread in America is sweet to a lot of the other everyone outside the world. So when I say I think it's just more your pastries in general. Our scones, it's not bread. Yeah, but it's not just your bread. Like sugar is kind of present in all pastry-based, flour-based things in the US. I imagine if you make them at home, you'd probably make them less sweet. But then I imagine a lot of recipes probably call to add a bit of sugar. To counter a bit, black tea. Yeah, but a lot of people in the UK have milk and then two sugars. So our tea's quite sweet too. But yeah, you have tea and scones. Awesome. It's a great combo. I don't think I've ever met someone who doesn't really like a good scone. Saying that, I reckon Jinx probably won't like them. I don't know, trademark. I've never had that. All right, let me put my headset on. In Jesus. I don't know. Day after tomorrow. Oh, Inception, right? Oh, who sings this? You gotta come in now. Is it the Kooks? Yeah, you really got me now. Is it the Kinks? Yes. I try to guess. Oh. I should just guess Slide. He said it. I should just guess it. Okay. Shit. All right. Avalanche sounds right. Fuck. Is that Kiss Me? Maybe? Okay, good. A nickname for a significant other? Soulmate? Sugar Boo. Okay, I don't really think that's a one I've heard. What was this again? Say... No, I don't know. I have no idea. We can't stop. Wait, did I just spell Valentine wrong? Oh. Yeah, I did. No one calls anyone Sugar Boo. Okay? None of that. It's like Sugar Boo. I can recommend the 9th. Let's see if there's... Oh, Super 70s. Let me try this one as well. Hold on. Okay, I'll do the 9th and this one. That's it. Costume's starting to get a bit more boring. Gonna start the fire. It was always burning. Do you remember the 21st night of September? Jolene, Jolene, Jolene. Jude. Joel, it's Billy Joel. Fuck. West Virginia. Always drownings. River. Mama, mama. Hold on the trees. Country road. Take me home. Country road. Take me home. That's got to be it, right? Fuck. La, la, la. What did he go by? He does the the father-son song, right? Barracuda. So this is. I mean, it's got to be Runaway, right? It's not Runaway, okay. What's it called? Yusuf. Yusuf is Cat Stevens. I didn't know that. Give me the goddamn names of the songs and I would have smashed them. All right, I'll look at the 9th and then that's it. Okay, and then no more with this one. Okay. And I saw the chat. Okay, I only know that one because of the meme. I'm guaranteed if this is all Zoom music, Max, I'll never listen to you again. I'll come back to that if they try and correct me. Okay. Wake me up when tomorrow. Is it? It's tomorrow ends, isn't it? No, September. September ends. Wake me up when September ends. Dreamer. God, that song's been ruined by the celebrities that sang it. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. Max, you were right. Oh. Hello from the other side. Living in a lonely world. Nice. You happy? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I am. Good job, Max. I was worried from this one. Well, besides this is cross tune. Cross tune. Do you know? So, what I wanted to look at a couple of things today, chat. 3 things. The first is Brendan Lee Mulligan went on First Meals. So, I wanted to look at his first meal. Where is it? And good for Brendan Lee Mulligan, too, dude. Yeah, the Mythical Kitchen. You got it? Thanks, man. An hour 20? Typical fucking DM. An hour 20 is crazy. I'm going to flick through and see his meals. Okay, that's all we'll look at. Okay, we'll look at his meals. Because I don't want to, you know, send everyone. I mean, they're 4 million. They don't really need. They're not going to be scared of 150 people watching, but yeah, still. I also, chat. I also want to look at maybe building the base design for the horror campaign in terms of classes. Create our own little basic system, maybe. Or because if I have to find one and read the rules on it, blah blah, explain all the rules, I think I'll keep it simple. I think I'll keep it as a very condensed version of D&D with very little combat, more just skill checks. I think that's what I'll do. So I can work on that. The other thing is, I'm going to pick a day for the gamer tier list. because it returns. I'm tempted to make a shitty little trailer for it if I have time. Okay. And then I don't know what game we'll play today. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well, PT. Okay, basing off of this, what we can see so far, it looks like, I don't know what that is in the center in the middle, but there's some sort of burger, a chocolate milkshake of some kind. This is probably from somewhere. Waffle fries, bacon, and something. Chocolate ice cream down the bottom right. Is that Rocky Road? That looks like sausage pieces in there. There's a chicken there's some sort of like McMuffin-y kind of sandwich here. There's a lot of takeout, yeah. There's a kebab. There's a pepperoni pizza. And then on the left here, well, it looks like there's a chutney in a thing. Is that like an onion bhaji? Good choice. We didn't have much time to cook. He probably just enjoys takeout, man. A lot of people in the world do. Okay. What's that, sushi? That's cute. So did they make the thing? Okay, okay, it's good. It's good. Do I watch this from the get go? No, 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 no. We should save. I'm so tempted because I look at like the D&D questions and I'm always curious. Let's look at the second course. We judge the courses. Onion bhajis and then something else. Wait, what is latkes? They're not onion bhajis. I look like good ham. Okay, it looks good. We're judging. I can't get locked into the video, okay? I'm leaving the video for you guys. I'm just judging the foods. See, he went for, yeah, it's a lot of diner food. Do you know what it reminds me of? Jinx's friend Lazzy. Jinx also bought this, by the way. She buys us little fucking spaghetti hot dog things, and she'll buy the tin, and it is so vile. It's so gross. It's so gross. Spaghettios with little hot dog bits in them is like, but it is the equivalent to stages of your life, like baby food, and then that, and then anything but that. And she bought some recent. I was like, I cannot be with you when you eat this. It is just the grotesque nature of knowing that shit is canned up like meat from a year that is probably pre-Obama. You know, canned food. I just gross. But I appreciate the fact he went for pure nostalgia, because that is the kind of base of the show, right? That's the one I've always said. A lot of people always pick like the really like. I think he's got one of the best meals we've seen in terms of speaking volumes at the person. Like, he's found a lot of success in recent years, and yet he's not picking fucking, you know, the richest restaurants in LA. Have you anything a couple years ago, pure for nostalgia, never again? Dude, nostalgia food. I used to get these. I'll find them. Hold on. Bird's eye chicken nuggets. When I was in uni, I'd buy these bad boys. Okay, it's specifically these ones, right? The weird shaped ones, and I would get a not 38 pack. The chicken technically called chicken dippers, aren't they? Okay, so good dippers, because nuggets is a different one by them. I'd get the 22 pack, and I shit you not, I could sit down and clear this. I'd feel awful afterwards, but I'd sit down, I'd slap these bad boys in the oven, I'd give myself like a little dip in the middle. Usually it'd be like a mayo ketchup, Worcester sauce, and a couple other things mixed in. Mix that shit together in the center, put them all around it, and I would eat the entire fucking packet, and I would sit back, and I wouldn't have to eat for ages. And it was so goddamn good. And I did it again 2 years ago, and the first few I was like, oh, there it is. I should bring this back. And as I got like halfway, and I was like, oh my god, how did I do this? It made me feel like shit. It was awful, but it was great. Cone of those like paper? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yes. My feta wrap? Oh. Yeah. They're great. Toast with ham and cheese. Every day, I had packed lunches in school. And I do think that it was probably a blessing and then a curse. I wanted packed lunches because my school lunchtime had a queue. They were so badly organized, right? The cafeteria was so badly organized. We'd finish for lunch at 10 to 1. No, it was quarter to 1. And we would go back to, we had an hour and 5 minutes for our lunchtime break, right? And really, what you want to do is you want to eat your lunch within 15 minutes 20 minutes, and then have the rest of the 45 minutes to go play in the courtyard, play games, tag, which we called it. We made up games like Capture the King, loads of other stupid shit. But if you queued up for the lunchtime, if your lesson comes out even a few minutes late, which often happened, it was so badly run, you wouldn't be getting out until about 20 past. It took genuinely like 35 minutes for you to get your lunch and then eat it, right? Maybe even longer. Sometimes they wouldn't get out to like half past. They only got 20 minutes of lunchtime break left because it's just so badly organized. And so I didn't want to do that. I didn't like the lunch either. It was always just a bit shit. Bulldogs, where you have two lines, you have to run to the other side. The people in the middle have to tag you. And if you get tagged, then you join the middle. And then, the more people get joined, the harder it is to run between the two lines. British Bulldog is where you do that, but you tackle the person. Which you didn't really do on the playground if it was hard ground. But if it was a field, great time. So I said to my mum, can I go pack lunch? And she's like, sure. I shit you not. I feel like for how long was I in school? 5 years? I don't know. 5 years. She'd always put like a mini chocolate bar, maybe a pack of crisps or a piece of fruit, but it was always a ham sandwich. And not an interesting ham sandwich, just a shitty, sliced ham sandwich. I think it took me about 10 years afterwards to ever try ham again. Because that shit, it was like a slow upending torture. Because at first you're like, yes, I'm out on the playground. Eventually I'm looking at the ham sandwich like, occasionally, she'd put a chicken sandwich in there. And very occasionally. But it was mostly just a ham sandwich. No difference. There's nothing in there other than butter and the ham. And that shit grew so goddamn tiresome. You want to pack lunch? Yeah, I just was hoping for a little variety. Always a cheese sandwich, the same for me with cheese. Yeah, dude, you're just kind of like, then ask about it. You're a kid, QWERTY. I'm a 33-year-old man now. If I go somewhere, I can be very specific. But then I'd be like, Mom, I don't have anything but ham. Well, ham's what I got. Also, because I wasn't paying for it, just eat your ham. But it was awful. We played Red Rover, but we'd get in trouble and get banned from playing it. Because we clothesline people. Yeah, we had to ban a lot of our games. We also got a lot of stuff banned in school. I've already told the story of Capture the King, but that was the greatest game I've ever invented. Hamless Frick, thanks for the 33 months and adding your blood to that vial. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. We Capture the King in an essence. This is the playground. Hold on, let me make it thicker. Apparently not that much thicker. If this is the playground, one team, say you have a prison on both sides. Okay, there's lots of, we had a big courtyard in the middle of our thing, so it blocked it off. One team over here, one team here. They've got a king. You've got a king. You have to capture the king, bring him back to your prison, and then lock him in. You capture someone by putting their hands together. But they can resist until their hands are touching each other. And then they have to comply and come with you. If you lock them into your prison, they are stuck there until someone comes and frees them. Someone frees them by tapping them on the shoulder. So you always have a prison guard in your teams. If you add 7 people per team, one person plays the king on both sides. The objective of the game is to capture their king. One person's king on both sides. You'd want at least 1 or 2 prison guards. Depends on your strategy here. A couple of guards for your king and a couple of attackers. Right? And the rules were no punching in the balls or the face. And that was it. So you could beat the shit out of each other as long as you get the hands together. And we had to self-ban it. We self-banned the game because people would end up crying every time. Like, everyone loved this game, but someone would end up crying because they got hurt, right? Or getting really emotional hurt, you know. I got punched my body. And then, so we all came together and were like, look, this game is way too rough. We shouldn't play it anymore. And we self-banned it. And then we decided about a year after we banned it, we were bored. We said, should we play Capture the King? I would say 1 minute into our first run back of a year later, I chased after my friend. He's faster than me, so I push him in the back. He goes flying, breaks his collarbone. And we banned it again. Immediately banned it again. Right, nope, that's why we didn't bring it back. He gets up, the teacher comes over, and they're like, what happened? He's just like, nah, I just tripped. It was powerful? No, momentum's powerful. Momentum's powerful. But, yes, we had to ban that game. Is there wrong for that? I know. Not, yeah. Because he knew what we were getting into, right? There was some people. Here's the problem with some of the kids that play that. And we should bring it back again. A lot of us had older brothers. We take a lot of beatings, right? My older brother, 4 years older, when he hit puberty, I'm still tiny. We watch wrestling and shit. He'd slam me around. He'd punch me, everything. I could take a bit of a beating. We found it fun to get punched in the stomach or punched in the chest and punched in the back and all that kind of thing. It was quite fun. You know what I mean? Some people probably know that feeling. Like, it's fun to get punched. That, you know, or like grappled and thrown around, shit like that. It's fun. But for some people, they really don't like it. But then their FOMO kicked in, and they really wanted to be involved in the game. And we're like, okay, but it's rough. And then they'd be the ones who'd be like, oh, man, I don't want to play this anymore. And we're like, well, yeah, I mean, yeah. But then, yes, the one that broke collarbone, he liked roughhousing. But that game was great. That game was so much fun because there was strategy to it. It was like a mini warfare. Because you're like, sometimes you change up your playstyle. Like, sometimes you'd go, all right, you two are the fastest in the year. We've luckily got you on our team. We want you to be the attackers. We want 3 prison guards. We're going to slowly pick off their team and then not allow them to get you. It was like really, genuinely strategic and fun. Really fun. Dropping this game. Yeah, genuinely. That's what you do before every game. It was so good. Dude, I should write the rules and just send it. This is what I should do. I should write the rules of Capture the King. And I should just go to different schools and just throw it in as a paper airplane to every school I go past. May become a standard. But this was an all-boys school, by the way. That's why everyone was so rough with each other. I was a rugby player, yeah. Not with that stash. Good point. Yeah, good point. The worst game we ever played, it was kind of a mini game, was called Walling. Now, there's a film that came out called Green Street. Or Green Street Elite, right? And Green Street is about chavs. It's about people that love West Ham United and are Millwall fans. And it's about football hooligans. Right? Proper chat. Like, you watch that movie back then and you like the characters. Honestly, they're the scumbags of society for the perspective. But it's about Elijah Wood goes and joins them, right? And in this movie, they have a lot of fights. But they do a thing where they stand in a wall. And then they walk towards another wall. And then everyone starts fighting. Like at the battlefield. And For some reason, we just liked this movie because it was like one of my best friends was a West Ham fan, so he got me really into this movie. And we decided to start walling in school. So if you're walking along, your friends at the end of the playground, you're walking towards them to go say like, "Hey, what's up, man?" Suddenly, a couple more friends walk beside you, more friends walk beside them, and then it was this kind of unwritten rule of you're building a wall, and when you get close enough, you just charge and start punching each other. And that was probably the stupidest game we played because that one was just pure violence. That's why you need girls around, okay? Boys' schools just become testosterone-filled, evil battlefields. You can see why wars happen. You can see why wars happen. Elijah Wood, that's funny. Yeah, he the concept of the movie. It's very stupid. I'll see if I can find a trailer. I found this trailer for it. Green Street trailer. Okay, I'm gonna try and find a trailer that isn't genuinely me before my glasses. Okay. Is there a trailer that doesn't look like ass? Green Street 3 trailer? Fuck it, we'll watch the ass looking one. This was like the first time I saw Charlie Hunneman. It's so stupid. Just it's Chav the movie. Stupid movie. Stupid movie. Whatever review, yeah. It's fun. It's a fun watch, but you are genuinely watching a Chav movie. It is a group of little hooligans. And these guys exist in real life, by the way. These guys exist and they fight over football. Football fans are some of the worst fans in the world. Not all of them, because there's a lot of football fans, but those that go to those lengths are fucking awful. Really awful. There was one trailer that I was going to look at, by the way, which was... No, I don't remember. I don't know. We'll find it tomorrow. What's Marty Supreme? Oh, we saw that, didn't we? We've seen a trailer for that already. They are knobs. We don't have 40k orcs. Good point. What's the constant thing? Yeah, it's stupid, man. So yeah, for the Gamer tier list chat, when should I set it? I'm trying to think when's a good time. I think I need to announce it a couple of weeks in advance. I need my friends to know that it's going to happen. Set it. A weekend? Oh, that's quite a good idea. I could do it on a Saturday. I could do it the Saturday of Thanksgiving. Maybe. or a Friday. I mean, my friends don't need to watch it on a weekend. But we're gonna do don't tell the players. It's gonna come soon though, chat, because I need to we need to do it. We could start building the things before Sandforge. No, because the Toxic Sunday competes. I think I need to get all the pictures for everyone. I need to get the pictures for everyone, but I think we're adding 5 people. I need to add a few more if I can, but I don't know if there's anyone else I can really add. No, I know what you mean, Hobo. I'm not going to do that because I don't want to kill my channel. The yeah, I think it's going to happen in a couple weeks. What are you talking about saying? The gamer tier list. I judge all my friends on their gaming capabilities. The first one we did was 2 years ago, and it's still talked about to this day. Pre-show each break? Oh no, I don't think I understand. This stream goes on for like 4 hours. I'm not going to replace Sunforged ever, chat. That's my primary content. Sunforged and Big Bad Evil Gang. You're basically asking me just to tank. So we I'll need to get a all their new pictures. I'd like to add more names because I'm replacing a bunch. We worked out I'm replacing, I think 10. There's 10 people I'm replacing, and I think I'm adding 5. So for that gaming, sure. Ugly picture? No. It'll be that. That's not. No. That's one. I'm not actually trying to fall out with friends. I think that's mean. The whole point is that I'm judging just their gaming capability. Try drawing them. I'm not trying to do more work. I was just asking when we're setting it. I'm looking to do more work. I'm already... of all the streamers you watch, I'm probably like one of the most swamped ones outside of streaming. I'm not looking to add more to my list. I've jinxed her on them. She's also one of the most busy people I've ever met. Okay. I think around Thanksgiving would be a funny time to do it. Because it's very much the time to be, thankful. And so if I bring a little bit of misery to that time, it's great. But some people will be thankful. They'll make it all the way to the top. Okay. For the villain, horror campaign, or one shot. Yeah, see, it is. Look, chat, I know you might say, what is Joe's qualifications to judge other people's gaming skills? But I think the qualifications are, we don't need to describe them. I was born with a gift to judge other people's gaming skills to a perfect degree. To a 100% accuracy. And, you know, with this gift, I have to judge my friends. Well, Saturday's my day off. That's why I might just do it on a Friday. The Friday after Thanksgiving. Yeah, Joe Judge, exactly. That's a good name for a tier list series. Okay. Maybe we'll do a little tier listing today. Warm up the old gob. You have a gift of judging. The games could just come with the territory. Good point. Yeah, that's better for the law. So he's British. Good job. Exactly. For the horror one-shot chat, I'm thinking of keeping it very simple. And creating some pre-established character blocks. But not with the characters. Just the stats. You got people now? No. I'll try for it. Yeah, but it'll be a stupid little cut. How about one of the chat members die and had a chance to figure out how to do it? What do you mean? No. They can design their characters, but let's say, what are the prime? Okay, the setting I'm thinking, instead of it being their ship that goes wrong, they're gonna be a kind of a rescue squad. So, or like an investigation team that gets there. Or I'll do it as theirs. Oh, maybe I'll just do it as theirs. I might just do it as a bigger facility and make it their one. Yeah, exactly. Modern fantasy? No, it's sci-fi. Trying to decide if I want to do this. The two options I've got is rather they arrive at a broken down station, which kind of goes quicker, or they're on the station when shit goes wrong. Or ship. Trying to say which one I want. But these will be the primary classes, I think. Scavengers. I don't want to. Yeah, I mean, I could do it. Arriving's good. Yeah, we're going to do arriving. So, they're going to arrive on the ship to look into it, and you know whether they. So the primary classes. Well, first of all, okay, let's do this. Yeah, I think arriving at the facility already sets the tone is a good idea too. Yeah, I'm going to do arriving. So, if I build this off of the baseline of how D&D works, right? Sanity stats. I'm not going to do sanity because it's not going to be like, it's not a Cthulhu based one. It's going to be way more like, yeah, like a Dead Space, like Alien, that style. So if I want to do this, Yeah, I was wondering what you meant by Starfield. Do I want to replace these names, or is it just convoluted to be like Fortitude instead of Constitution? That's all a bit convoluted, right? It's kind of already... I mean, I can. Charm. I can. It sounds a bit more sci-fi if I change some of them. Fortitude, you know. I could also get rid of wisdom, put one general stat for intelligence, and then put a luck skill. Because wit, yeah, it'd be more like smarts. Yeah, knowledge, yeah. Maybe do knowledge, and then I'll put luck as a skill as well. Potency instead of strength. Might. Might is a great one. Or brawn. Toughness, hardiness. Yeah. Power. Might. 4 stats, and each stat uses a different die. Yeah, is the Kids on Bike system easy to run? Maybe I'll build off that instead. Because that's a good point. Yeah, agility's the perfect one for this one, right? Kids on Bikes, is that do you have to pay for it? I think I have it somewhere. Let me see if I have it. So they use a different dice for each one. That's the system. Is Mothership really simple though? Like really simple? Bear in mind, okay, this a lot of people will talk about systems, right? And they don't understand streamers. I struggle to get streamers to put their stats into the same block or to pick a spell. It has to be fucking unbelievable. Like, we're talking about 3-year-olds, not 10-year-olds. Like, you don't realize how slow that process is. That's why I'm setting their thing for them. It's not streamers are done necessarily. It's streamers do not pay attention to their DMs. Essentially, you kind of have to lead them to somewhere. I think I could use a system, a very basic system. We could just conjure our own basic system here by having it so like I could just get rid of fortitude as well. Keep it very simple. I like the idea of a different dice associated with each one, depending on the character you are. That's a really good system. Because what we got? We got D4, D6, D8, D10, D12. If we kept it to... The only problem I have with this, though, is if I set a DC at 5... I just don't want to go and buy a system right now. If I set a DC at 5, you can't beat that. What is it, Moosh? First, just because I don't want to get too bogged down in reading about, like, if I have to read a page of anything, that's too far. That's one of the issues. Or I have to link some video. It's not going to happen, right? Going to table, yeah. What could be a modifier? That's true. Well, Kids and Bikes doesn't it uses a D20 at first, right? So 3. Yeah, we could do that. There's also the option of the opposite way around. It's better to have a smaller dice. You're always trying to roll above the midway. Yeah, but how big is Kids on Bikes to understand? We could do a stupid system where on a D4, if you roll a 3 or 4, it's a success. The closer to the 4 it is, the more of a success it is. D6, it'd be 5 and 6. As if to say, the bigger the dice, the more chances you can have really bad failure. Well, no. Can't say it. Designing new systems. 50-50s is kind of it's an intense way to do it. Did you change success failure dice results? It's a nice easy percentage in the player's mind. That's not a bad idea, going for percentile. How simple is Kids on Bikes? If you roll the highest number, you roll again and add that value. A D4 can get past a total value of more than 4. I see. $84 pages is a lot. I really, really have to stress. If we want this to happen, I need to just give them characters and literally just be like, this is as simple as this. I think I have to stick to 5e in a very, very butchered down version of it. Yeah, no, Jenga, but let's be realistic. Do you think I can really be doing Jenga? I think we do rather just D20s with additions and their own skills. Very simple version. Or we do the idea that when you we do the idea that when you roll, you have a dice associated with it. You're not for UK streamers to do a physical game for Jenga. Chat. Chat, I'm gonna be. Every time I include chat, it's bad idea o'clock. Think about it logistically. I feel like chat lives in a vacuum of without logistics and plausibility. I am struggling. We got this goal in September. I am struggling to get a one-shot going in November. I'm literally going to give them sheets where all they have to design is their character's look, their name, and a little bit of roleplay of the place they're in. And even that's going to probably take a couple of weeks. I am not meeting up with people in real life to try and design this one shot and then make a fucking studio apartment, like get a whole studio going with lights, cameras, and everything for a goddamn one shot. Logic. You get one guy again? No. I've done this for years. I've done this. I've workshopped it for years. What happens is we spiral into stuff where I keep having to say no, and then it takes so goddamn long that I end up clicking the X button and going and doing it all myself. Stay on the one rule set. It's gonna be so simple. I think we rather do the 5e or we do the dice. The dice associated with each one. Which I'm leaning closer towards. I'm leaning closer towards having one dice, and then if you roll the max on that dice, you roll again. And then luck being used as a modifier is fun. I think that's a good idea. You proficiently roll 2 dice? Potentially. And then we could have skills associated with it, or no, I'll probably just give them all an ability. So, I think let's decide what each thing determines. Okay. So might will be fighting, lifting, lifting, throwing, what's up, Sloth? Yeah, carry. That's kind of the general gist of might. Is there too much in knowledge? I was going to do a medicine one too. But maybe that's just one of the characters has medicine abilities. That's probably what I'll do instead. So agility would be running. You reckon shooting? Yeah, and breaking. Yeah, I think that's a better idea as well, Bubo. Running, shooting, jumping, climbing, squeezing, or balancing. Yeah, squeezing, balancing, you know, all that kind of good stuff. Fortitude's the one that I'm kind of like... If I replace Fortitude with something, just give everyone an amount of health they've got, it might be better. Running in Fortitude, you might be right. Endurance might be a better word, and then put like running... Stamina and resistance, yeah. Yeah. Physical damage. As in doing damage? I'm not going to really build a much of a fine. Hiding, fall into. Oh, good point. Oh, good point. I would say agility, but I might get rid of fortitude. Maybe that should be wit. Maybe something like wit or like holding yourself together, shit like that. Or what's another word for quiet, I guess? I don't know. Willpower could also have hiding, yeah. Guile, yeah. Hiding, sneaking, sleight of hand could all be agility. You aren't wrong. I could do that. And then keep that as finesse instead. Yeah, I want to separate things. Let me go down to knowledge quickly. Knowledge would be investigating. Oh, investigating. I want to say hacking and stuff, but I might actually put that down to... Yeah, I mean, I could do hacking. Hacking. Maybe awareness. Recall. As in... recalling information. Yeah, I like that, because then, like, knowing logs of people, etc. Vision hacking investigation stuff. I'm probably going to put down, like, actual hacking and medicine to the two characters that are built for that. I was going to put smarts. We know what knowledge is. Thing is, you don't really need culture in, like, a one-shot like this, though. That's the problem. I have to shoot a gun. I should also put, like, crafting. Except if they want to make, like, a makeshift Molotov or some shit. Charm would be, you know, I mean, I might just use persuasion and stuff like that again, because it's, you know, calming, coordinating, maybe luring, you know, presence, yeah. Yeah, it's stuff like, you know, if they come across a survivor. Leadership instead of charm. I like that. Leadership. I like that. That's a good idea. Yeah, finesse does become bloated. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It does become bloated because it's a horror one shot, so hiding is a big thing. But they're probably going to send someone across. Hmm. I'm trying to think with fortitude. Because I don't really want to give them like health bar based on fortitude. Although it could be a determination of why they get. Yeah, I don't know. I could get rid of this. I'm keeping. So again, this is a one shot where they're very much given a character sheet. I don't really need to put diplomacy and knowledge because the reality is there's going to be one person who's going to be the captain and they'll be the leader. Pain tolerance. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of how often that would come up. Because it'd be a case of probably like say the most health a character will have is the 3 hearts. Someone else has 2. If they lose a heart from an injury, they how often does it come up? If fortitude, I could just remove fortitude and put a lot of the fortitude stuff into might. That's true, and then we just have 4 stats. D4, D6, D8, D10. Repairing, yeah. The conflict's gonna be very simple because it's not gonna be like an actual fight. They cannot win, and they can probably kill. I'm not gonna spoil what the creatures are, but they can hurt them. Yeah, maybe we keep 4 stats: D4, D6, D8, D10. Yeah, and then do fortitude in here, and then if we have 5 characters, we can have 1 might character, 1 more finesse, 1 more knowledge, 1 more leadership, and then 1 more jack of all trades. Or 1 more lucky character. Psyche damage. I'm probably not going to even do off the psyche. I'm going to leave that down to their roleplay. I don't. It's not. It's we're not doing sanity. It's not a Cthulhu. It's more like Alien. How's a haunted hill? Luck might be a resource. I was thinking that too. I think luck is going to be a resource that you get. You can spend and choose when to, and then one character can have like a luck thing. Yeah, luck will probably be a pool. Yeah, it's a good way to put it. Let's keep these 4. It'd be nice to have had a 5th, but I don't think there's any really room for one if we're going to keep it super simple. And then I think each class has an associated dice. Yeah, the recruit archetype could be, yeah, for sure. That could be their skill, could be luck. Luck pool. So let me build the classes first. So each character has dice in different stats. Okay, so let's make the characters. So if there's 5 characters, it's going to be the captain, the doctor, security officer, recruit, and I guess maybe the scavenger. Like essentially the scout kind of character. Mechanic. I could. Oh, I tell you what we could do as well. Actually, chat. Hold on. What if I come up with about 10 of these, and then they pick their stats based on each one of those, or 8. That could be fun. Let's do that. And then I might NPC up the others. That's a good way to do it. I NPC up the others. Because having some more deaths and not just the players would be good. Anything that's not picked, I NPC, but the NPCs won't work the same way. They'll be way more cannon fodder. They're there for story beats. Okay. Nepo baby. We'll hold off on that. I want to get all of the archetypes first. So we've got, I mean, engineer and doctor these are the 2 knowledge ones. If I get 2 for each one. Security and then recruit's just like the basic one, so I'm gonna push that down. Security, what's another might one? What would be a scavenging class? Well, I guess scavenger would be good, because if they're I put their best stat next to them. We're saying, think Alien, think Dead Space. One being a synth. Yeah, synth would be knowledge might. Well, I've got security for soldier. I'm wondering if I want to give them the synth though, because them playing humans is probably a bit better. I feel like I should play the synth, right? Convict. Okay, do you know what? I do like convict. Like they get a buzz on their system, and they're actually transporting a convict at the same time. That's quite fun. It's a good little bit, because otherwise I play that stowaway convict that's stuck on the ship. Yeah, it could also be a stowaway. Stowaway would be the finesse character. Maybe both. Mercenary's also good. Yeah, stowaway's a good finesse option, actually. I like stowaway. Let me put them next to each other, because it's going to annoy me otherwise. Oh. And then one more for leadership. Recruit, I think, is going to be like a luck base low in most stats, but you have loads of luck. Would be a fun, it's just an all-rounder. Pilot for another leadership. Do you think it'd be good for a leadership pilot? Because I would put pilot closer to not. Oh, maybe this is what I should do. Okay, let's design what their order their things should come in. The first 2 at least. Or their strong suit and their weak portion. Religious person's also good. Because that also does hit pretty well. There's a nice difference. Corporate representative is also quite cool. I do like that. So if I do their strength and then their weakness, D10 leadership. The captain would be bad at maybe might or finesse. Reckon knowledge. I feel like they'd have a bit of knowledge though, right? Yeah, captains are not strong. Okay, might. Captains are strong. Probably finesse. D10 knowledge. D10 knowledge. Doctor's probably weak though. Whereas engineer could be stronger. Engineer, mechanic. I could say mechanic instead of engineer because then it kind of associates more with might. Would be a marble ship? Yes. Oh, I'll probably come up with the ship later. But if it's a chapter no exec, that's true. But then what would you put as the weakness for the captain there? Yeah, I think mechanic kind of gives that decent, like they're knowledgeable and they can be decently strong. Security D10 might. D4 knowledge probably. D10 might. Quartermaster fit? Maybe. We'd have to feel like what they do. Yeah, it could be the first mate. D4 finesse. Leadership's also a good one to drop. But we haven't dropped anyone with finesse yet. Yeah, invest the captain is kind of neat. I agree with that. Captain should be finesse. Will the captain be doing... No, but captain doesn't really do all the lifting, the throwing, the carrying and shit. Whereas they might be good at shooting. I'll come back to it. Scavenger. D10 finesse. D4. There's a lot of D4 knowledges then. It's a small ship. Small ship. Shooting, jumping, climbing, balancing. Yeah, we need to drop some finesse on some people. Yeah, D4 might. I agree. I've got a very specific mind for Stowaway too. It's hard to get out of the stereotypes. D6s. I'm not going to make the captain like that because I do want the recruit to be the most middling person. Just because I think we're going for a bit of a stereotype here, right? The captain is the guy that hasn't done much in ages, whereas the recruit is all like that's the recruit manages to get by, or they die quickly. I do know what you mean, though. Convict being the opposite is a fun idea. So I could do the convict has bad finesse. Right? And then do the captain has low finesse. Well, I think the balancing is kind of built into Doctor's skill set, though. And then the recruit is going to be D6s, but with more luck. Or I do D4s on the recruit, and he just has loads of luck to spend. Yeah, D4s with loads of luck. The health wouldn't make them too scary to spend. No, I'm going to keep the health really general because I don't want people to like find as some sort of meta. The health is going to be just fuck ups which can lead to damage or kill you. Okay, is this good? I think so, right? We got... Oh, wait, no, we don't have 2 leadership roles. That'd be nice. Oh, I kind of want to drop leadership on someone else. Because it'd be better if we have 8 stats. That way we have 2 leaderships, 2 knowledge, 2 mights, 2 finesse. And I need someone else to drop leadership. That way we have 2 drops of each stat. Maybe the... Honestly, maybe the convict drops leadership. Or the security guard, maybe. Communication's not bad. Navigator's not bad. The chaplain's also a good idea. And we just add a little bit of a fun... Yeah, I think chaplain adds a lot of roleplay. And then let me move... Maybe the security guard's bad with leadership. And the chaplain has no knowledge. What's up, Yaz? It's going well. So maybe leadership's bad on this guy. Just because he doesn't know how to lead. He knows how to follow. And then this guy is bad with knowledge. That way we should have D4s on 2 knowledge, D4s on 2 finesse, D4s on 2 mights, etc. And it makes sense that the chaplain has pushed aside skills for influence. Security should be able to lead. See, I feel like it shouldn't. Yes, thanks so much for the sub. I appreciate the hell out of that. Thanks for adding your blood to our vial. A Jane kind of security. Yeah. He knows how to follow, doesn't know how to lead kind of thing. Yeah. He doesn't have a way with people. Or she. Or they. I think that's a good list. Okay. So what I would do then is we have to work out what luck does, and then we'll give each of these an ability. Very brave. I mean, the mustache is because of a costume. I dressed up as Carlisle from Sunforged. And if I shaved it off afterwards, then it would be a different size. So I'm letting the rest of the beard grow in. One stat of 6, the PC picks. No, not that. No. Hobo, again, my players already take 2 weeks to respond. We are 2 months late on doing this one shot. It's probably not going to happen till December. No picks. It's going to be hard enough getting their names back and then the art done and all that shit. I feel like I think we could do luck lets you roll the dice again. Here's what we could do. Luck lets you roll the dice, adds an extra dice roll. Okay. You get to roll an extra dice roll and add it. Recruit's ability is when he spends a luck point, he can roll it 3 times, maybe? What's 6 the threshold? I'll come up with that in a second, actually. Let's do that. Abilities. I hope you're doing good, yes. A set luck modifier and you flip a coin. How do you do that? Sorry, that's a good idea. If you did what Sarah said, you'd have to trigger on a 2, 3, and 4. So that recruits... if you do that way, and it's 50-50, that works. Recruits could get it on a 2, 3, and 4, and that way they get 75% chance, yeah. Let me do this. I'm skipping this one, by the way, because it always gets stuck in my head and it drives me insane. Let's put on some what's sci-fi, horror sci-fi ambience. It's quite good. Second dice roll, flat plus. I think a second dice roll, because I think it's funny if luck kicks in, but it doesn't kick in all the way. Or it could be set. I don't know. We'll see. Difficulty thresholds. One could always be a failure. That's why spending a luck is bad, you know. Well, let me go from the top to bottom. So let's say getting a 10 plus is well, this is difficult threshold, so it should be like 10 plus, extremely difficult. Let me see this. Actually, it looks ugly. Seven to 9 difficult. 4 to 6 moderate. 2 to 3 easy. Well, 1 wouldn't be necessarily be a failure. 1, because you don't need to roll on a 1. So that's kind of it, really. Yeah, 10 plus would be a luck plus. Well, it depends how we do luck. Because if luck is a plus modifier, or if it is add an extra dice. I might make an extra one. I might go 8, 9 difficult. 6, 7, hard. 4, 5, moderate. Impossible challenges. Well, it wouldn't be impossible necessarily. When I say 10 plus, it means you can roll over a 10. So where really it should be just 10. 10 is the highest it'd be tough to beat. If I do anything above 10, it'd be a crazy one. Max on the die, maybe you get dice. Maybe you get luck. Although, no, because you don't want luck for... Well, actually, maybe you do. Maybe if you roll a max on the die, you get to roll another die. But that makes smaller dice better. Which I don't really want to do. Yeah, don't worry. I when it comes to difficulty settings, it mostly will be 4 to 5 anyway. But some things they are by the end of this one shot chat. This is meant to be difficult. This is going to be like this is a one shot horror. They're going to be slaughtered. If they all survive, it'll be a miracle, kind of thing. So this is not going to be fair. They're not heroes. They're humans. I was going to say Max will get luck back, but then you've got a much harder chance of getting luck with a D10. But then maybe that makes sense. Maybe the fact that you managed to pull that off on your weakest stat gives you luck. You know? Like, you should have... If you are the doctor, you should be able to stop that bleeding and get the D10. But if you're a doctor and you manage to lift up something with a D4, it's because you got luck. At least you get something for it. That's true. Which you can then immediately spend, yeah. Luck for me to spend. So they get punished if they get 10s. They don't know. I don't trust them. If I've shared any information with Twitch chat, I'm not expecting them to not know. No luck mechanic? Yes, I think so. Would 2 players be able to work together to do better? Probably. Yeah, then they can each roll. That's a good idea. So you were saying, Swippin, if they roll a max, then give me something? Is that what you're saying? I like adding it after roll because I think it's just better thematically for making the game run in general because people roll at different times. I do like luck being a roll. I'm just trying to think what I would spend it on because I'm probably going to build most of this around DCs as opposed to having runnable creatures. There's not going to be a map. It's all going to be in the head. Running across the creatures is way more dangerous from which the whatever they do as opposed to it's more DC based than I was going to make any stat blocks. So the problem is, when would I spend the dice? I do know what you mean. Lower player result. Maybe only when engaging a monster. That's a good idea. That's a good idea to do it. Whenever engaging a creature, I can spend my luck to reduce their roll. I don't want to introduce D9 because it can only be played online then. I kind of like the idea of luck triggering afterwards though, instead of making it a separate pool. Like I like it being a fun thing. I also think it's good to spend it on not making it a standard dice, because that way it's kind of fun. Everyone after gives me something. It's just when to choose those. If I set most of this game as a DC, because I'm not running any monsters, right? So I don't roll. In this game, I might not roll at all. Is the way I was going to keep it simple. I mean, Desperation's not a bad idea, though. But I do like the idea of the captain fails a leadership check. They get to re-roll. They get to roll the dice again. Say they get a 2 or 3, and they did a 6. They can roll the D10 again because they're good at it. They're luckier in that position. Maybe, I don't know. Desperation more than luck. Yeah, it's true. Desperation also fits horror a bit better. And so if you use Desperation, it always comes with an element of failure. And I mark off failures, and then the failures get way worse. Yes. Yeah, David, yeah. Don't want to rate out too much. Yeah, Desperation's not a bad idea. And then we could actually turn the recruits one into... The recruit gets D4s, but their big thing is Desperation becomes luck for them. Where there's no downsides. It's just the beginner's luck. And success. Just simple. D1, 2 to 10. Yeah, okay, let's do Desperation then. So Desperation would then be... a system we use. But how do I want this to see? You... get to roll and add some extra thing. Rerolling's tough though, because if you need to be able to succeed. If I give a difficulty 8 and they only have a d6, there's no point rolling, right? So re-rolling's not enough. It needs to be adding to the roll. So and I do like the idea that it's not a set amount, but you add a dice. So it's rather going to be adding a d4. D4 is not a bad idea, because if you have a d4 on, say, might for the stowaway, they have to lift something because a monster's coming down behind them, and they have to spend 2 desperation points. No, it's purely RNG. These guys are not heroes, they're human. Well, Lancer probably also deals with much bigger dice. I think D4s might be smarter. I don't want just a straight plus. It's more fun to have rolling. And if the highest difficulty is 10, a lot of the time you'll only need to spend 1 desperation to get close to a 10. 10's obviously really hard to beat. But if it's a 6, a D4 is enough. So what you can spend a desperation point to get a D4. Now, the thing is, and you can spend as much as you want. So, if you fail a check, you can spend a D4, a point of desperation, D4, to add a D4 to your roll. Spend more desperation to add, make it a higher dice. I think add after each point. I think it's more exciting. I think if you need to get an 8 and you roll a 3 and then you add one of these and it gets a 6 and then you roll another one and it gets a 7, you'd be shitting yourself, you know? Nah, it'll be all rolls. Yeah. What's the drawback for using it? That's the bit we'll go on to afterwards. Yeah, the next roll is a minus D4 for each one. That's a good idea. But then they might avoid doing rolls for a bit. But who knows? Yeah, maybe that's the way. It's a simple way to do it. Your next roll has a minus D4 for each one. Yeah, and then you have to go back to 0 before you can spend desperation again. That's a good way to do it. Explode? Nah, I don't want to do exploding dice. Adds too much. The failure is expected. Oh, you're saying, okay, you don't have to take all once, but okay, that's a good idea. I do like that as well, Hobo. That's quite a good idea. So say, okay, yeah, I see what you mean. So say Jimmy rolls a d6 for a difficulty 5. They get a 2. They spend a point of desperation. They get a 4. They spend another, making it a 6. They now have 2 points of desperation. They cannot use desperation until it is expended. They can choose to take minus 2d4 on their next roll, or expend it 1d4 at a time. Yeah, okay, that's a good way to do it. That's quite a good way to do it. Super simple drawback. They have to at least spend 1 desperation on each roll afterwards. They can choose how many they roll. Can you players keep track of it? Yeah. Yeah, it'll be easy. It's literally 1, 2, 3, how many they use. I could also do a max of 3. I could also do a thing where you have to expend half of your desperation, at least, on your next roll. No, even just 1, because if they fail, they can't expend any desperation. It's a very simple system. How long? No, it's one episode. This is a 3-hour shebang. No, this is they're in and out. They're dead. We don't want chat. This is a horror campaign. This is a horror one shot. This is going to end by the episode, and if they're not all dead by the end of the episode, then they've got lucky, or they've done their roles in the right way. They've figured stuff out in a very clean way, or they've rolled lucky. Like it's meant to be bad. It's meant to be unfair because Alien's unfair. The Thing is unfair. It's against them. So, I think that's the way we do it. You can keep spending desperation points to add more d4. Track how many times you spent desperation. You cannot spend it again until back to 0. Oh, this is really punishing. Horror. Chat ends Alien. Ripley survives by the very bare bones of getting so goddamn lucky in the last second. It has to be really punishing. I'm trying to kill the players. This is not meant to be a hero story. It is horror. It is meant to be fucking terrifying. The Thing wins. They all get killed. Horror. It has to be punishing. Yeah, you must. So if each of this one, you must spend or expend 1 use of restoration to add, or expend at least desperation. Roll a minus 24. Next roll.
until your counter reaches 0. Oh, I guess there you go. That's good enough. That's fine. I'll reword it. We know what we're talking about. I'm not. This is not being sold anywhere. Doesn't really. Okay. There's no combat, Kruthik. We're not doing any. There's no combat like that. If they come across a monster, it is a case of you beat the DC or you get injured or die. Very simple. Yeah, it just needs to give them a panicking. Exactly. Sometimes they won't even get, like, the failure might just mean that they don't get information. They don't get this or they don't get that. But sometimes failing will be falling down, hurting yourself, or falling down, killing yourself. All right. Let's do each of the classes. We'll come on to the recruit last. Because essentially, yeah. The recruit will have some ridiculous thing. They'll have some bonuses because they're going to constantly be using desperation. The captain. Might, finesse, knowledge, leadership. Did I put the thing D4, D10, should I do D8 on? You reckon D8 knowledge? Yeah, because they've been trained. D8 knowledge, I agree. This guy is the. Okay, let's just set these ones up first, and I'll come back for each of their abilities. Let me do this so I can just swap out each one. Their D4 there, the D4 here. They can be D8 on finesse and D6 here, so they can hide a bit more. D4 might, D10 knowledge. There could be a D8 here, D6 here. I'm going to try and make it all the stats even. So we have enough D6s and stuff like that. D10 knowledge. D4 leadership. D8 might. D6 finesse. Doctor should have higher finesse than leadership. I agree with that. Than leadership, sure. Could make a strong chaplain. I need to drop some people's finesse. D10 might. D4 leadership. D6 knowledge. D8 finesse. Oh. I can make they've got D4 finesse. D10 might. They could even be a D8 knowledge, potentially. Have we got anyone dropping knowledge? We do. Sci-fi horror for whom? I haven't announced the cast list yet. Still getting them. I'll go back through these and I might change up some of the stats. Let's just put some of them in for now and then we'll work out who's got who. Scavenger was what? D10 finesse, D4 knowledge. They can be a D6 on leadership, D8 on might, because they got a lift and haul. What was their one again? They were D10, D4 there, okay. We'll go back through these. And we'll come back to the recruit last. Okay, let's see what's everyone looking at here. Let me see how many D4s. Let's see what's the lowest finesse. Let's see how many have D4s and finesse. Oh, no, it'll be D6s. D6s in might first. 1, 2. Ideally, we'd want 2. So that's perfect. D6s in finesse. 1. 1. Okay. D6s in knowledge. 1. Okay, that's also 1. And then in leadership, 1, 2, 3. So leadership 4. Leadership needs to go higher on a couple of characters. And some people need to get D6s in finesse as well. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to even them out as much as possible so that it's kind of, good for this. Okay, captain's got... I think the captain's stats are great. The chaplain... He could probably go something else. Well, hold on. Don't go too far ahead. I want to do one thing at a time. I've got a general rule of thumb when I do like workshops with chat is that I ignore stuff that dives too far ahead because otherwise it's not how I work. My mindset doesn't work like that. You clear out things at a time, otherwise you never get anything done. So I need to make sure I even these out first. So what was the one that I wanted more D6 in? I guess I'll come back to the chaplain. He might be fine. The doctor being fine and finesse as well is okay. Okay, so then the mechanic as low finesse. The security we could probably drop finesse to the D6 and knowledge to the D8. Because he could be like, he needs to know the systems. But then, no, he's meant to be the big brute. He's probably fine there. There's a few too many D8s on finesse, though. I might have to drop it on the chaplain and make the chaplain stronger. Oh, it's tough. It's tough to work out who's got what. Chaplain could swap might and knowledge, but it's fine. It's almost too similar to the captain. Yeah. Make him smarter? No, because the chaplain's one of the ones that has the D4. He's one of the only D4s on knowledge. And I feel like he shouldn't be smarter. Because he should be... we're going for that stereotype of, like, I ignore science. Okay. What needs dropping? Is it the fact that we've got to... So 2 of them with finesse and knowledge. Yeah, Doctor could have low leadership. No, he needs high finesse though, right? Then I could swap around might. And security has the lowest leadership. So chat, you're thinking of too much like self-insert. You have to think about caricatures, right? You have to think about the caricatures of these things, these stereotypes of these characters. This security is meant to be the bumbling idiot, not bumbling idiot, but like the hard nut, doesn't know how to talk to people, is just there. He treats the convict like shit. He doesn't really have any understanding. He's just there as like a fucking kill them all. Like he doesn't know how to control situation. He's an American cop. There you go. To give you your idea. Maybe the scavenger has a D6. So it was finesse. Too many things have high finesse. So I can't really touch these guys. More finesse and leadership. Yeah, that's good. No, you can't. No. We've already done. He's dropped finesse on purpose. We balanced that bit already. We have to keep the D4s and the D10s have to remain in the same place. If we have to swap around leadership and finesse, the doctor's kind of one of the only ones we can do it for. I could put the D6 knowledge there. It's leadership that's the issue. Leadership has too many D6s. Oh, I could swap some knowledge and leadership around. Stowaway can be smarter than they are, or better leader than they are. Thing or scavenger can. Oh, scavenger can't. That makes them a better thing. Maybe. I do like. No, hold on. I'm gonna go back to D6. What were they again? They were okay. D6 there. D8 there. They've already got quite low leadership. Being low. What's more the distribution of the stats? So we've got D6s. We'd want everything. We want 2 D6s in. I don't know, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Eight and 6 for stowaway and thingy. Yeah. And then security. Oh, up the security's knowledge. Yeah, so I suppose they could, you know, they know how the functions work. I could totally do that. Oh. Yeah, the stowaway could just be a natural leader. Okay. I think that's pretty decent. And then the recruit is going to be D4s across the board. Okay. Abilities for each. We'll do the recruit last. So the captain. The captain. I'm trying to think how I want to do abilities. It's all going to be down to dice rolls. Maybe the captain can help. Yeah, someone else do a check. If the captain is in the same room as someone else doing a check. That person can spend the first point of desperation or something like that. Or maybe, okay, actually, that's a good point. If the captain rolls a 10. No, I don't want to just do it over leadership. Something about the captain reducing desperation is a good idea, though. Oh, no, yeah, that's a good point, actually. Maybe the chaplain does. Gives them faith. Yeah, chaplain fixes desperation. Okay, I'll put the general gist of what they can do in there. Encourages another role, person's role. Doctor can heal wounds. That's also a good point, Diaz, yeah. Inspire. Well, once we get around to it, we'll name the abilities. Ability here. Rather, we can make them craft something. You know, they can always craft something, or conceal doors is a good way. Has the ability to just conceal doors. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Conceal doors. Or they have like a little kind of... Because not all of them have to be around dice rolls for sure. Yeah. Door busting. Ceiling. Extra use of items is also good. Although security might be good for that. Or repairing items. That's a good idea. Okay, I'll put all these down because I like that. Maybe it shouldn't be sealing doors. Maybe that should be an item they can find. Like if they find a blowtorch, you know, or anything like that, they can actually do it themselves. Like if I could put, there's going to be items they find around, like guns, blah, 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 right? And those will come with stuff. So security. Starts armed. That's quite a good idea. Starts with a weapon. That's good. I think that's a good idea. That's a great idea for an ability. We could make the convict's desperation a D6. But they only roll a D4 to minus. What extra item? Hands count as weapons is also good. Like, they don't need a melee weapon to get that kind of boost or some shit like that. It's quite a good idea. Scavenger's definitely higher chance of finding items. That's like easily their one, right? Is there a chance of finding items? I haven't designed the game yet, but yeah, I'll do it. Oh yeah, maybe they can hide in better places. That's a good point. So even if they don't find a hiding spot, they can just hide. Yeah, that's a good idea. Whereas everyone else would have to, like, if I describe there's only like 2 desks to go under, only 2 people can hide, or 2 people hide under the same desk. It puts them away. Ability for the recruit is going to be all around their luck. We'll come around to that though. Oh, we could also recruits could also boost up their skills. That's also a good point. Convict. Convict's a tough one because there's a lot of ways you can go around this. Maybe they can use their might in place of other things several times. Like, if they want to hack into a system, they can just fucking punch it. You know? Or they want to scare people into leadership. Brute force, use might in place of roles X amount of times. Or maybe if they do that, they get a desperation dice. Automatically. I don't know. Something like that. It'd be fun. Yeah, it's a brute type of convict. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I think that's good. All right, let's work out what these mean. Okay. Let's get desperation. The only problem with that is people will just shoot them in the head. If they can't work together, then PvP will kick in. Captain. Now, the captain... I'll give them a little brief rundown as well. Give them a little... Yeah, they'll do that anyway. I don't think so. I think people will work together. They might ditch each other, but they're not just going to shoot the other person. Do they level up? No, it's a one-shot. I don't want to give any story away here. Yeah. I'll let the chaplain come up with the faith. Every ship in the corporation has a mandatory chaplain. The faith. Prominent. Or many crews. Okay, let's do the ability as we go down. So the captain. Oh. Insert line. Only pretend to? What do you mean? Cap can give another character a 3d4, but if they fail, the roll Cap gets desperation. Ooh! In the chaplain bio. Nicholas, don't try and pretend to correct me on English. That's a fine English right there. Dude, I did fucking... I took it at university. Calm down. Okay. Don't ban... If you I will ban you if you backseat on English, man. Jesus. Allow me to do the writing side of things, okay? Jesus. Okay, again, I've got a degree in that shit. Fails a roll within your area, take on 1 desperation, let the reroll. So they can take on someone else's desperation. Failed roll and make his own, since it's his responsibility to get things on track. Yeah. I'm just trying to think what... Because I don't want them to track too much. How often can they do it? I've got an idea for the... I think for the convict... Is it too strong to give them so they only have the minus D4? Or maybe when you use this ability, this desperation is a D6 to be reduced. That's for commanding a failed roll. Yeah. And 2 desperation on use. I suppose that is better, right? Because that's 2d4, whereas you could roll a 10. Yeah, I could say when you fail a check, instead of using your usual desperation, you can take on 2 points of desperation, but roll your d10 instead. Because you technically have a higher threshold there. Yeah, that's probably the better way to do it. And then they don't have to add it once per check. They could add it twice and get 4 points of desperation. They just can't use this ability again until their desperations come back off. Yeah, that's probably the way to do it. You can choose to use your might die in place of desperation. If you do this, you gain 2 points of desperation. Should really be capitalizing desperation. Because it is a mechanic. Instead of 1. And must reduce. Should they start cuffed? They could all start. Okay, maybe I give them all a starting thing. Maybe they all start with an item, and they all start like an item or two, and then they all have an ability. That might be good. Let me see if I can find a little horror sci-fi like. Alien ambience. I will leave the roleplay to this state, I think. What's this we're looking at? We're designing our own. Very simple system, though. Or I should just put items. Access keycard. Yeah, I could do something like that. Like it works on their thing. Is aliens? It's our own version. It's our own setting. It's a communicator. Well, let me work at their ability first. Their ability should be. Maybe if you're in the same room as someone, or so, if you're communicating with someone whilst they're doing a check, they can add your leadership role to their dice and you take on the desperation instead. So similar to the convict, but you get to give someone else the desperation via your leadership. So they get to add the D10, you take on 2 points. Little bit Elmo. Going to Aliens is the tech level. It'd be like Aliens. It's very much going to be inspired by that. It'd be a lot of improv. They get to do the improv. Cool people and do it. Well, maybe they'll find a commit to walkie-talkies, yeah. So train together. I don't mind. I don't have time for that, to be honest. If the captain is in the same room, I don't want to do in the reason I'm doing my own setting. One, it's really fun to come up with. Okay, when you play Dungeons and Dragons, sometimes when you use a normal monster, people will Google what that monster can do. Using Alien, people will absolutely know how to beat an alien because they've watched so much of it. It's the same way in a zombie universe. You can't have zombies as an established bit of lore, otherwise everyone would just win. If everyone knew that bites turned into zombies, you just lose them immediately, right? It's hard to establish that in a roleplay scenario without people metagaming. If I design my own monsters, have a setting that's very similar to Alien, The Thing, Dead Space, I come up with their strengths, their weaknesses, the scariness of whatever was on board of this ship, and it leaves it in the player's hand to try and work that out as they go along. So that's why I get to design myself, and it's more fun to design. Another crew member. If the captain's in the same room as another crew member, they can that was a Advantage rolls? Advantage is very strong. Crew member is going to be the general thing. I would try to keep the abilities more distinct. Is that really that distinct, though? Time for 5. There'll be 5 people in the game. I don't want to add bonuses. I don't want to add all bonuses in because we don't have bonus system. Maybe they just the captain can take on their I'm just going to upgrade their desperation die to a D6. Yeah, I like that. I haven't thought of the cast yet. I've got a couple members, but I'm not going to read it until we get the full set. Well, it's okay if abilities are close. Again, you don't want to necessarily make things super distinct. The difference between a convict and a captain would then be, I want to play the character that works with others versus I want to be the character that does all myself. It's okay if the things are just... I don't mind mirror image characters. We're very similar, but you're just the opposite to me. It's fine. Difficult part about that Krethak is where's the limit? Okay, actually, no, I've got it. Because technically you can take on desperation, right? If you roll 2 desperation, you're stuck with 2 desperation die on you. You can't actually roll another desperation. So if the captain can then take that responsibility. So say the security officer tries to lift the door, he has to roll 2 desperation. The next check is a monster's coming towards him. He can't actually add desperation anymore. The captain can add to them. So the captain's there. He can roll desperation for others. So basically, yeah, that's a good way to do it, I think. So I might just say the captain can take on desperation for others and grant them when a different crew member fails a check, the captain can take on can grant them his own. Oh, sorry, their own. I'm going to see that. I'll rewrite this. Okay, I'm gonna do this. It's company owned. Taking responsibility is good. I like that. Honks? No, that's Alien. Well, no, because they the reason I say when a different crew member fails a check, they can do it even if that one doesn't want to. Do you know what I mean? So plus 1d10 complicates it too much, I think. So if the security officer didn't fail, but doesn't want to take on the stress themselves because they're going somewhere dangerous, they can just take it on immediately if they'd prefer. So that's why I'm saying that. So this at least allows them to make that decision themselves. So when a different crew member fails a check, the captain can take on desperation rolls for others. I'm just kidding. The captain chooses how many to add. No, I'll just do this. It's implied. I check literally. Well, you can, okay. So the reason I'm putting it like this is because there can be a scenario where even with desperation die, they fail. They can still succeed. Desperation die doesn't make you automatically fail, and also there can be situations where they're like, no, you could do this. You could do this 10 times. You can guarantee a roll. Right? You can guarantee a roll. It just means your desperation minus is going to be in every roll from then on. You can pretty much go 5, fucking roll 5 d4s. We push it above the 10. Okay, great. But then your next 5 rolls or the next few, are going to be that. I might do something else. I might change up desperation. I might make it so the DM chooses when desperation is rolled. Because I want to avoid a cheeky scenario where a monster's about to attack someone, they roll 5d4, and then they're like, okay, I'm going to check the flight logs to see if I can recognize any of the names. And then they try and, hold off their desperation. But roll it early. Yeah, so I might just say the DM decides when the d4s are added afterwards. I won't decide how many unless some scenarios. Or maybe I will. Okay, that's how I do it. Oh, no, I got an idea. The Game Master can... The Game Master can tell you to expend at least one user... D4 my nuts, right? Okay. Okay. Yes. Or are you forcing? I'm forcing them. If each check out, well, the checks come up when they do stuff. Yeah, but when the negative hits, yes. No. So you're misunderstanding. Desperation die is something you add when you fail a check. You have to lift the door up. It's a DC of 5. You lift it, you fail, you add 2 desperation die, you push it across. That's on you. I've now, as a DM, got 2 dice, and I can choose when you add them as a minus. Sorry, when you minus them off your next rolls. So if the next roll is just checking the flight logs to see what names are on, if anything happened, I can just sit back and go, no, yeah, you don't have to add it to that. But if then your next moment is, fuck, I hear something at the end of the hallway, can I perceive it? I go, yeah, but you're getting 1 minus of your desperation die on this. Or if it's a monster's climbing down from the ceiling to attack you, I might go, you're getting 2 uses of it. Yeah. The base roll wasn't rerolled? Yeah, you just add d4s. Yeah, that's the way to do it. No, I'm going to do it all of me. I think it's more fun that way as well. Spend desperation. Reach check out this. The game master can tell you to expend at least 1 point desperation to add a minus 2 trophy roll. They may, in certain circumstances, they may force you to roll more than 1 point. They failed them to, but you want them to go there. Yeah. Oh, no, because I won't ever be able to add them to the roll. I'm never going to give them a plus. I would only ever be able to fail them by this, or have a chance of failing them. I'm going to reword this. Good night, Bilbo. Well, the reason I want to do this, yeah, I mean, I could do that. The problem is, though, what if they just go, okay, I spent it 100 times? Yeah, probably Hobo. There'll be results of failing. Yeah, make noise, that kind of thing. I play that by ear. That's all going to be just DM stuff. I know what you mean, because if they spend so much and I just hold back on making the duck minuses kick in, it might be a bit unfair. We just don't want the numbers going too crazy. Yeah, I just don't want to do that. That sounds like a boring, like, it lacks tension. I'd rather set the limit now going in, otherwise it just creates tension at the table. There's no point for it. Okay, I'm just going to reword this a little bit. Maybe you can only have a maximum of a number of desperation points. So you can only get up to, like, 4. Or 3. Maybe 3 is the easiest one. Yeah, we'll work out the recruit stuff. And that's reset to 0. Yeah, because it's. But then I will be honest though. I don't want someone hoarding, gets really lucky, and then like the final monster, and they just go, "I spend 20," because they know there's no rolls after that. You can gain a point of desperation at D4 roll. You can only gain 3 distant points at a time. At a time. I'm just rewording it. If you fail a check, you can gain a point of desperation to to add a D4 to your roll. Yeah, you can only have a maximum 3 desperation points at a time. For this roll. I'll put that in the other way around. Reduce the checks you make by 1d4 per desperation point you've accumulated, with some rolls adding more than 1 point. Yeah, your desperation points to reduce checks you make by 1d4 point. The same roll? No. That'd be future rolls. Use future checks. Yeah. Okay. I have a chance of bringing you close to this fun. All right, so desperation is clean now. Okay, so when a different crew member fails a check, the captain can take on desperation for others. The captain chooses how many desperation points they wish to take on. Just because you don't want that person going, okay, I'm using all 3. So yeah. Okay. Removing points. What do you mean? Oh yeah, as in, well, spend your desperation points is implied. Let's remove. Okay, that's good. So can spend. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. I don't like doing that. It looks ugly. Very good. Maybe a little. Sure, that's fine. Okay. I'll come on to items last then. Oh, I can add items now. They could be fun. No, we'll come on to items last. We'll do each one's ability first. It'd be easier to kind of come through. I mean, I know a couple of their items. Like, I'm going to do this for items as well. Let me do this as well. I don't know how I want to do his desperation, but he will be able to remove it. Maybe he can spend time doing it. So they align. Yeah, I agree. That does look nice. Is there a cost? Yeah, probably. Oh, that's a good idea. It could be he makes a check and he can attempt with, if the other person agrees to it as well, to reduce the stress of someone or the desperation of someone. And he makes a check, and if they fail, if he fails, they both gain one. Oh yeah, every time he rolls a max, he could gain one. That's good. I don't mind that hobo. It's just how often can he do it? Once per character? Once per character could be good. Can I have turns? Not really, no. No. I think once per character is not a bad idea. Because it's only a one shot. If it gets separated once per character seems weak. Well, you're reducing desperation is pretty big, though. To reduce it to 0 is pretty big. I mean, bear in mind, chat, there's only... I think you're misunderstanding. Say this goes on for 4 hours tops. You're not rolling that many times. So I think it has to be once per character he rolls the d4. Like he can have a chance of it failing. Roll a d4 if you roll higher than the person's desperation, it reduces it to 0. Including himself, yeah. My glasses are actually like causing me to fucking quiver. Okay, once per character, including themselves. Chaplain. I'm taking my glasses off because they're actually kind of annoying me. He rolls a d4. Yeah, it needs to be. He rolls a d4, and if he rolls 1 over the amount of points they've got, it's reduced by that amount. It's riskier if you have 3 points, I like. No, I'm going to say you can't use desperation. I haven't brought in advantage, disadvantage, that's why. Yeah. So he has to, if they have 1 point, he has to roll 2. 2 points if they roll 3. 3 points if they roll 4. That's good. 1 or more, yeah. Now on a fail, nothing happens. It doesn't work. I might just say as a blanket, you can't add desperation points to your ability check. That might just be a general rule of thumb. All right, that's good. Doctor. Everyone's going to have 5 health points, I think. Yeah, and if they get split up, then, you know. Try and get the chaplain to the others. I guess. Horizontal line. Well, no, they don't have to be a good doctor. Yeah, I suppose I don't have to put this. Yeah, they could, yeah. Do you know what? I don't want to put too much of a story on them. You're right. You don't have medical practitioner experience to land yourself a job working for the corporation of the. Vessels. Those supplies are limited for your craft. Oh yeah, I could do that. That's kind of a fun idea. Similar to the chaplaincy. Healthcare is provided for any who drop. Just trying to come up with a fun little thing. How to restart a heart. How to stop bleeding. You have enough medical practitioner experience to land yourself a job working for the corporation on one of their vessels. How to stick head back on. I kind of want to put a little fun little bit in there. I'm going to say, no, actually. Something like that. A little spooky. Now, the academy is going to be a forced thing you have to go through corporation. You have to do that at some point. Just because it makes it more corporate. Ability. I should also say... You hear the alien chat? Every class, every character starts off with 5 health points. Evented. Actually, I'm going to put this in a... I'll put this in the actual general rules up here. Once we write that. That's fine. Good night, Nicholas. Thanks for hopping in. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Okay. I'm going to say can stabilize wounds. I do like, well, I'm going to say maybe once per character you can heal up 1 wound or turn a grievous wound into something else. I don't know. I don't want to make it too... Essentially, it'll be like some things can cost you 3 health points. Some things can cost you... well, things will cost you 1 to 5 health points. I direct running into... I haven't designed the monster yet, but say there's a queen. Running into that and failing that might be just straight 5 health points. Some things will be 1, like a bad trip, etc. So yeah, maybe you can just heal up once per character. You can heal up someone by 1 HP. Maybe a simple way to do it. And then they'll have like med kits and stuff. I'll be designing items they can find, and that might be like a knowledge roll to apply it. If you fail the knowledge roll, it doesn't do anything. If you get okay, you get 1 health. If you succeed it by a big way, you get 2 health. Shit. So this could just be a free health kit for every single person. Yeah, I think mirroring it to Chaplain bit for health is good. I might even do the D4. Clean bit of health as a name. Insurance. Health insurance. Once per character. So should I just do the exact same here? You have to roll 1 over the wound you've got. Or missing health bars. And they can reduce it down. To reduce. Or to help. It's about he. I don't know if I want to go to semi. Again, you have to bear in mind though, it's okay to feel samey because this is going to go on for 4 hours tops, 3 hours maybe. It could even be 2 hours. They will just fuck up and die. I think adding too many distinct things, nothing comes up. In a game of D&D, how often do your abilities get used in one single session? It's very irregular, especially early on. I think it's okay to make this samey because the roleplay around it is the necessary thing. This is just a mechanic for reducing it. I think, yeah, there's items, there's all sorts of stuff. They roll a d4. I'm going to say this can only heal by 1. Can I attempt to restore missing health points? Restore 1 health point. They roll a d4. Rolls 1 or more over the amount of health points missing. Restore 1 health point. I just put restore 1. So that way they can't really do much. But they can restore some. Health insurance is just playful naming. I'm going to put this alien music back to its beginning because it's... okay. We're nearly done. Mechanic. Everything going along pretty good, I think. Mechanic. Okay. I'm Actually, no, that's going to be better on someone else. Uh, It's a little playful one there. Pushing that stereotype of the old mechanic who loves his room. Did I make these? Yeah, I'll make him italics. It looks nicer. Okay. So if I bring in an ability for items to break or broken items can be found, the mechanic can be the one to fix them. Oh. Candy, I don't know if that's going to work in the serious horror. Good at all she's got, Captain. If you have an item that gains 1 use. That's also good. Although that might be security's role. Will you set on which dice to use for each skill level? What do you mean by that, sir? All the dice here, D8, D6, D10, D4. So they roll for each one. Yeah, maybe they... I'm probably going to avoid that, Max. Well, security thing starts a weapon, but they're also... That might just be in their items, as opposed to starts with a weapon being their ability. There can be some door opening, but I'm wondering if that should be a... I could say for repairing, crafting, repairing... for crafting, repairing... No, I want to do that in the items. Because why would the mechanic get +1 use on a gun? Maybe the first use of desperation is free when crafting something. Or like, you can roll a d4 without expending desperation when trying to craft something. Or jerry-rig something together. That could be a good way to do it. Because it's very specific. They're not going to be able to use their desperation on like holding open a door, running away from a monster. But if they want to create a Molotov cocktail and they fail the roll, they at least get the chance of adding a D4 without getting stress. I think that's probably a good way to do it. Handy, or I should, handyman, outdated term. Don't have a term for good with your hands. Crafty. Jerry rig. Yeah, that's true. Jerry rig. Is it jerry rig like that, or is it jury rig? I was going to type tinkerer, but jerry rig is an informal term. Yeah, okay, it's jerry rig, yeah. Jury rig sounds like when you rig the jury. But I'm thinking jerry can, right? All right. Fixing or tampering with something broken. Your first potentially moose. I might come up with that for something. Crafting, fixing, or tampering with something broken. It's free. Hold on. Maybe that? Or I'll try this, right? So yeah. Yeah, no, that works. That's a good way to do it. So they get to do something. It's kind of a desperate attempt. But yeah. Okay. I think that's good. All right, security. Well, I guess it'd be Galaxy. I was I'm going to the specific of that. Corporation I do transfer a convict. you go. We're going to include the slight bit that security has to look after the convict, but they don't know who they are. What's this business? My own. A very simple version of my own. Okay. Boo-ba-da-boo, bada-boo, bada-boo. Bada-bing, 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 bada-bing. All right. Maybe the security officer should be the person who gets one more use out of weapons. Yeah. Okay. They're not great guns, though. That's true. That is true. But they're two getting another use out of them, so, Well, this would be +1 use to a weapon, so weapons will have a durability. Um, could be a scapegoat. I don't want to force them to be American. Yeah, he'll be mostly melee trained. He'll have like a stun stick. I just put veteran for the ability. Or I don't want to put too many complications in it. Brawler, I feel like fits the convict a bit more. Brute force. Resourceful. Convict. Insert 9. Dibbity-boo. Oh. It's been very productive. This is a fun system. I might run this more than once. you go. You know, just go. I'm gonna avoid doing so because I don't want to copy too much at the moment. I really want to just kind of build this on my own with you guys and avoid taking too much inspiration from another show. I feel like it feels cheap for me to do so. I like having this kind of. We've kind of already got this going, and I kind of like the fact that we've got our own unique thing going. And I also don't want to get bogged down. Like, we're already 4 hours into a stream, and I kind of want to get this done. Maybe play a game before the end, you know. Or maybe not, I don't know. All right. We've already got their ability, you know, they can do their might die in place. So has a higher chance. It's just a fun one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't want to copy anything by accident. All right, Scavenger. Scavenger. The law. What's up, Jinx? Are you streaming, by the way? I saw your thing go off. I was? Oh, hello. I need to use the loo, so I'm going to come down. I'll say hello to you. If I have too much like poop, that makes sense. I'm going to quickly use the loo. After Friday, after Thanksgiving. No, that was my gamer tier list. This is probably going to be some. This is whenever I get the players and stuff. And the art. Okay. It's true, chat. She held on to me. Session be decorated in bad corpo stuff. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. How's the McDonald's yesterday? It's all right. Doing. wreckages and what's worth keeping. He's an extraction shooter player. Could be sci-fi. Yeah, could be alien ambience. Who's the one shot for? I haven't announced the cast yet because I've only got a couple names. I'm gonna wait until I get the full cast. Otherwise, it's people could be like, "Oh, I can't believe X and Y are in it," and then they don't turn out to be in it, and then it becomes like literally with our Big Bad Evil gang. Snuffy was meant to be in it. I couldn't get her in. We couldn't find a time slot. We couldn't find anything to work. But I announced it too early. I still get people going, I thought Snuffy was meant to be on this. And it drives me nuts because I'm like, I have to keep explaining the same thing over and over. So I'm going to wait until I have the 5 people giving me their word that they'll be there, yada, yada, yada. Or we just they get hit by questions they don't know the answers to, you know. Yeah, I can tell you one thing. I'll be DMing it. Thanks to your keen awareness. Okay. Okay, so keen eye. Easy little one. No established group. When you search for items, you have the chance of finding additional ones. I might even just do it so that if they roll a 10 on a d10. Oh, yeah, I could just do Desperation Die for free. Or I can make it so if they roll a 10 on a d10, they just get a +1 of the item. And if they get 2 guns, that's great. You know what I mean? I'm not going to have a general rule that you can only really search once per room anyway. And I might make it so... Oh, I could do... Oh, I've got an idea. I might make it so that if you have another person searching, for each other person that aids in a test, you can have up to like 2 people depending on some things. But if you have like the whole team searching, it causes more noise or something like that. I might make like a little noise system on my end, which is me basically be like, hey, if you make a lot of noise, monsters are going to come and find you. Yes, that's a good idea. You have the chance to find additional ones. Do you think I should change the D10 across the board to D12 so they're like masterclasses of those things, even though the really hard DCs will be a 10? They can roll over. No? Okay. I suppose we already got the stuff. Yeah, it's fine. No, Desperation's fine. Yeah, you're right. Rooms others have searched. Because 10 difficulty is not going to come up that often. Yeah, we'll make a mechanic that if a room's already been searched, your character's going to assume it's fine. What should be the threshold and then finding additional ones? I feel like if they if they beat the threshold by a certain amount. So if they roll 2 over, they get it. Is that too easy? So they're going to be rolling probably a D10 for this because it's finesse under their thing. Yeah, they're over the knee. Because there'll be some items which will be like, I'll put as a 3. It's a gun on a table. You know, if you guys miss it, that's on you. There'll be some stuff like hidden locker, which would be like a 7 to get. So maybe over 2. Nine or 10. I suppose they can put desperacy into finding it, and that could cause more noise. That could make them a little, yeah. Yeah, maybe a +3 over. Yes, they can use the desperation dice on this, yeah. The +3 is probably fine. Once per room. You can search once per room, even if someone else has searched. The scavenger is the only person who can search in every room. Otherwise, you have one person search per room. Yes, it'll be finesse. Searching for items is finesse. Investigating what happened in a room is knowledge. That's what I'm going to do. So, like, if you're like, there's bodies in this room, the scavenger could search the bodies and find valuables in their pockets with finesse. But the doctor or the mechanic might work out more that's happened there. Mechanic's kind of closer to engineer, but I could just make him the engineer. Engineer's probably better. Well, I've made them might. Yeah, no, they're a bit of a mix of both. It's fine. Who cares? Mechanical engineer. Maybe I should just call him that. No, it's fine. It's all implied. Okay, that's fine. That's good. Technician also would work. Technician also would work. I could do that. Oh. We're almost done. We're almost done. I'm actually really excited to run this now. This is like genuinely a really fun system. And it'd be fun to NPC up a lot of the other things. And have them like, the NPCs are not going to be following the same rules. Like if I play the NPC stowaway, they're going to follow, they'll just be there as like cannon fodder characters that can die. Or can be saved if they... Corporate vessel. The diversity, yeah. Transport Explorer. No, I'm going to probably put that down to the story stuff. It's corporate of some kind. That's true. Yeah, I feel like Outrun to be easy to retheme. All right. Drifter. Oh, I just put sneaky. I'm gonna make you some things to. Okay. Let me write down some things we just have to clarify for rules wise. Searching. Helping others. Hiding. Fighting. Health. Items. I think for their one, when you attempt to hide, you do not need to find a hiding spot. I might make it so hiding spots are like determined by cover. Right? So the DC of a hiding spot if a monster comes into a room is determined by the cover you have. So if you're hiding behind a door versus hiding in a locker or under a desk, you're more likely to be seen. So I might set as 3 different hiding spot difficulties. Like well hidden, concealed, hidden, exposed. Well, exposed will probably be out there, right? And so maybe these guys always get the middle one if they can't find a hiding space. Yeah, they cannot. Oh yeah, maybe the hiding spot always increases by 1 tier, even when exposed. That might be a good way to do it. Always increased. All right, your visibility is increased by 1 tier, including when you're exposed. Yeah, they'll be limited per room. That way, if there's 3 people, are using hiding spot gives desperation. No, because it's still going to be you can add desperations to that roll. It's going to be a DC still. Like the stowaway might still take another thing, because say if I make exposed gets seen, like they have to roll a 10 to not be seen if they're exposed. If the next tier down 7, then yeah, they might use desperation anyway. They'll still benefit from going into hiding spaces. In fact, I can go up here and I can come up with the hiding now. Minus to visibility tier. Well, I'm to visibility tier. Yeah, I'll work that out. Hiding. When hijinks when attempt to hide the I've kind of called this difficult threshold, but I should probably just call it difficulty class. Because it'll be easy. People know what DC means. The DC will be determined by your hiding spot. Each type of hiding spot comes with a visibility tier. A visibility DC, I should say. There'll be a noise system of some kind. I could make it so they also get better thing, but I don't want to make them too strong. Skill checks. Well, I'm going to make it so that they know what an ability is. And they know what a kind of a hidden visibility is. So they know what they have to roll. I think it's fun if we do that way. Exposed. Concealed. What's another good two-turn? What's the second one down? Exposed. Synonyms for hidden. Obscured is good. Covered is also good. Makes it more unique. Well, I might make it a 10 because I might make it so that the stowaway would take the chance more, but I like the idea that someone can just push themselves up against the wall and they might just get so lucky. Otherwise, that person's dead in some scenarios. Alien stopped crawling around. Yeah, 10 is going to be very hard to do. They'd have to spend stress to do so. I might make obscured 7. I might make it like that. I'm going back to the beginning of this. The alien makes this so hard to just have in the background. Well, if you like an Alien Isolation one-shot, this is the closest thing to it. But it's more exciting because I said this earlier. It's the problem with running something zombie. It's the problem with running something where there's too much meta knowledge. If I run an Alien one-shot, the players are going to know how to beat the alien a lot of the time. They know its weaknesses and stuff. If I create my own monster and do the very similar setting and whatnot, they won't have any clue. They'll go into this not knowing what is inside. I think this is a good DC. I could also say 7 to 8, you know. I like a standard DC just hiding. It's pretty fun. Quite badass. Thanks. It was only for a costume. I can always come back to this stuff. Okay. In which case, that makes them good. Your visibility is decreased. Okay, and now we finally get onto the recruit and how we want these bad boys to work. You're the rookie. The newbie to the corporation. Your first trip. Okay. What's up, Brett? This is your non-World of IO account? Oh, smart. Yeah, babe. Well, I don't want to make a class that's too... Like, I want them to come up with their own shit there. So... I'm also making this serious. Like, that's one of the things about casting this is difficult, is it needs to be serious. So it's... You know, it can joke about, but I want it to feel like a sci-fi horror. All right, their abilities. So, if they're all stuck at D4s, it needs to be something like Desperation is a much higher roll, but it's only a D4. I only get Desperation points at D4s. So I can only punish them by D4s. I think we've got enough classes. It's 5 people, and there's already like what 9 different positions. I don't want to go too far, and also it's getting late. You look so Turkish today, my dad. I can see that. I look Turkish. I think that's true. I know what you mean. It's because Turkish men often have mustaches, at least the westernized ones, or ones that live in the West. In fact, I think all 3 of my Turkish friends' fathers had a mustache. Yeah, it's true. I don't know if I spoke like this, and then suddenly I come from Texas, like the rest of these cocaine motherfuckers. Yeah, they could have way more desperation and get D8s or some shit crazy. That's a fun thing. We just go crazy on this one. That's true. I can expand the class system for a second run. That's true. Could also recommend having a pool of luck to use, and once they run out, they use the regular desperation. I don't really want them to track too much. I feel like a D8. D8s, and they can have up to 5 luck points against them or some shit. Or desperation points against them. And the desperation points against them are D4 still. There's no sequel. There's no sequel. This is just a one shot. They're gonna die. The only problem with a D8 is you can already expend several for one roll. Maybe I should say, but the desperation points used against you are a D6. Everybody test this one? No. Chat, I don't think you realize that there's no fucking gun to my head saying to me, if this goes wrong, we're killing you and your family. I don't give a shit if it's not balanced. It's just, this is fun. I'm not sitting there testing this. It doesn't matter. Who cares? They'll nearly always fail. It's true. So they're always going to be using desperation. You know what it was 0? Well, no, but because they can spend up to 5, right? So if they only expend once at a time, guys, a joy-pilled fun maxer. Thanks for 11 months, dude. Is that okay? I mean, yeah, D8's fun. For when you do it. Yeah, but they can keep doing D8s. I mean, I suppose... Yeah, that's true. I suppose... Okay, so let's roll a scenario. They can use the desperation points when I do minuses on them. But they can't use... Yeah, it's a new system. A one-shot system, Brett. For a horror one-shot. So if I do a D8... I mean, they could just do 5 different rolls, and they... Not 0. Well, I already took that out, Hobo. You can use desperation even when you're not a 0 before. Compare notes. This will probably be very different, Brett. This is a very simple system. It's for literally just a one shot. Let me see. That's a good point. Hold on. I need to rethink the desperation system. Because if they just remain at 2 and then they can spend it. You move the cap? No, there's a cap of 3. That was the cap. There was no cap before. That was the issue with it. If they get to 3, they can't use another one. But they could use another one when they get to 2. I just got to rethink the desperation system a little bit. Tiny bit here. Add D4 to your roll. Check how many times you spent desperation for this roll. You have a max of 3 desperations at a time. It could just be once you... I mean, maybe we have to do the whole moving down to 0 thing again. It's the only way to prevent them. And the rookie's basis is that he can have bigger ones and he doesn't have to worry about removing it down to 0. Because I want to stop someone from just going, okay, I'm going to roll 1 when it hits a D6. Sorry, if they get two, they say they're at 2 out of 3 points, and they roll, and I minus to it. Can they just add a d4 and then fight back, and keep balancing it that way? That would be a bit stupid. So maybe it is a case of they choose when they start converting it back. Yeah, they can't. Yeah, that could also work. They plus, you can't minus. Yeah. The only time that would come in bad, though, is if someone hoards them and then they save all of their pluses for the end against the monster. But then maybe that's the way they do it. Or if they just save one. No, but then okay, what if this? Okay, say they save one slot. And then they just, then it's a guaranteed D4. There's no restriction. They've built up all this desperation over time. Just to cancel me out. Or I could do the opposite and say, you get to add the plus unless the DM decides to use the thing. So they can't stop me from minusing it, but I can stop them from plussing it. That might be the way to do it. So if they get all the way to the end of the game, they've got one slot left. I can be like, well, you got 2 desperations. This is a DC of 7. And you have to roll minus 2d4. I might do that. If the DM invokes a minus on the rule, they can't add a desperation point to combat that. So it's down to my discretion of when I apply that, and it's always going to have a problem on it. I think that's a good way to do it. Unless, of course, another ability takes over. Like, if I was going to put a minus on them, I don't mind if the captain then takes on that responsibility. Who else does it? Is the captain the only one that does that? Also, I'm going to come up with the sacrifice mechanic as well for fun. I think that's where I do it. Okay. Yeah, we come with some rolls and more than 1 point. If the GM does this, invokes this, not take, the player cannot roll check. I should put crew as the thing instead of class as crew. Okay. So they can go plus any time up to +3, but if you minus, they can't add anything to that roll. Yes. Yeah. That I think that works fine. Because that makes it so I can kind of... I mean, I could really fuck over the rookie with that recruit. So maybe the recruit's the only one who can do that. Maybe they still have a max of 3, but they're the only one who can combat my minus with a plus. Maybe that's part of their ability. So the recruit and me are like almost having a fight. Otherwise, I could wait for a monster to attack them. The DC's 6, and if they have a minus, they literally can't win. And knock the thing down to a D6. Exploding dice, yeah. Not for this one, just because I feel like they're in the shit end. I'm just trying to think when. I'll come back to this with helping others. Something that could be fun. They can spend 1 point inspiration to cancel out my roll. I think we come back to it because I think one of the things we should look at is helping others. Because there's going to be times in this where if I set a DC at 5 and they only have a D4 and they're out of desperation points, they just lose. There's no point rolling at all. Right? So there should always be a chance of winning, otherwise there's no point of rolling. I mean, there'll be some things where, like, you get a worse injury depending how far from the threshold you are. That's one thing I haven't really thought about yet. So, maybe I make the captain's ability look stronger, and I might make... If you are next to someone, you can also help them with a roll. In some manner. Because if a monster attacks you, you have a D4 in might, and that's your only ability to fight them off. You're on your own trying to fight a monster, and the DC is 5. You have a D4. You literally can't beat that. And if you're out of desperation points and you can't beat that at all, is the solution then just that you're rolling to see how much you get damaged? On a 1, you're going to get like 3 points of health. On a 4, you get 2 points. You know, 1 you get 3 points. 2 to 4, you get 2 points of health missing. And a 5, you would have just fought it off. Is that the way you'd roll it? I guess so, right? Because then you have to... Sherlock, yeah. I think there'll be thresholds. There'll be a couple of scenarios where you can just lose, I guess. I'm going to provide them the DCs for fun. Maybe if you're next to someone, you can provide help. And take on some desperation yourself to help them. And then we make the captain's ability that he can give inspiration even when he's not in the room, as long as he can communicate with them. That way the captain can be on like the comms. Draw a D6. Yeah. Maybe that'll be helping. Because D6 is better, right? So you're helping someone else, you get an improvement. Because you're not in the line of fire. Yeah, maybe that's the way to do it. Doesn't recruit always lose a fight? Some of the fights might be 3. I could also just make the recruits thing. Negative rolls can't be used against him, but instead of having he has a max amount of desperation he can get. So at one point he's just gonna have D4s. I might do that for the recruit. Because that way it's just a fun, like, he expends the rolls that he needs to. Yeah. Your desperation points. Right, with a D6 instead. A D4. Yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow. It's going to be a really fun demo. The main master cannot use your desperation points against you. Maybe I do that. Because that way it makes it so he just... The only way people are getting their desperation points back is when I expend it. He gets it as a... He gets 6 uses of this. If he wants to hold out the entire game and somehow survive the entire game without using them, and it uses all of them on the final monster, that's epic. Do you think that's the way to do it? Yeah, and the chaplain can also help them if they use that in a smart way. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, their luck running out. They don't really have. Yeah, because it obviously will get harder as the game goes on as well. Okay. D8's quite a lot, but yeah, maybe. Because they might expend 2 on one roll. I could make a D8 and 5 points total. The one you can help can roll a die higher, but your own next roll is lesser there in exchange. Yeah, I might. Yeah, I know what you mean. I suppose he'd be rolling D. I think D6 might be good like this. This might be fine because you can expend more than one, and it might just be funny. No reductions. Where you would say he can't reduce it in any way. Someone else can't take on. I don't know. I might lean into the worst is better. Just because if they survive somehow, they come out with a B score. I might even put in some items like, or add items to drop it exactly, yeah. Okay. Then I need to come up with a helping ability. It might mean when you help someone, you need to be in the same room as them. Maybe this is it. To help someone, you need to be in the same area as them. They're saying it. It could be something along the lines of you need to be in the same area as them, and if you help them, you take on desperation. So okay. So you're saying if the security, say the chaplain does a might check D6, and then the mechanic helps them D8, gets a 4 or gets an 8, they add 4 to their roll. That's 4. Do you get any downside to helping someone? If it fails, you get a desperation, maybe? I don't know. Add desperation fail to the helper. Yeah. What's the main guy? 1 desperation to both of you if you fail it. Making helping kind of a tough action. Yeah. And then I can make the captain's thing that when he helps others, only he gets the desperation. And he can also help others when he's not in the same room as long as they have communications on. Well, no use of desperation if you use help. So you can choose to have help or do it yourself. Then wouldn't you just always do help? Is there no downside to help? Or are you saying Oh, they can't stack both. Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. If you help someone else, no one can add desperation, but if you fail with a help, one's desperation for free. I've already got one person that gives one for free, though. That's the only problem. Okay. You can provide help to a check another crew member makes. So you can help someone in the same room as you for half your ability roll. If you fail, you both gain 1 desperation. No one can add desperation to your rolls if someone helps. Yeah, I don't want to make it too complicated. That's the only thing I'm trying to think here. It might be a little bit convoluted. Yeah, I need to just because I want. I might make it so you can provide help to a check another crew member makes. Maybe you just add your ability check. And if it fails, you both get a point of desperation. You can only do this if that person's at full desperation. Maybe you get 2, and you can only do this and if you both have full desperation, you can't do this. Something like that. Or you can just provide your own desperation for someone else's role. Why do you use this over desperation roll? Well, if you're doing a leadership thing at a D6 and someone has a D10, that's better to add their D10 than your D4. Yeah, if you're at full desperation, you can't help. Would help them replace your rolls with theirs? I think add to it. And the reason that you might not risk it is because you both get desperation rolls. You just can't add desperation if you desperation can't be added if you do the help action, essentially. Because there's still a chance for a D10 to roll a 2. You know what I mean? But if a scientist who's weak and getting attacked by a monster and someone comes in and helps, you can't have max desperation. Yeah, yeah. So you can be helped at max desperation, but you can't help at max desperation. That would make sense, right? I'm resetting the alien music back to the beginning. Okay, So you can provide help with a check. Or when another crew member makes a check. Makes a check. You can provide help. Is that good? Add nothing or either add desperation to roll extra dice. Or a player with help. Yeah. You both, yeah, because you can both come out with it. I think that makes sense. Yeah, I'll clean up a lot of the wording once we go down it. Injured. Yeah, potentially. After that, as a result in a failure, but both members gain a desperation point. If the check resulted in injury, the helper takes results. Failed check results in injury. The helper takes half damage as well, equal to half the amount. Rounded up. I mean, so yeah, I'll probably set the DCs. So that's if monsters on top of someone like about to kill them, they're gonna do 4 damage. It's a big amount of damage. That person hasn't been hurt yet. They help, they fail. They're gonna take 2 damage. That person takes 4 because it is strong. It comes with a bigger risk. And then so the captain. The captain should probably have an ability which is when a different crew member fails a check. So when the captain takes the help action, I should say, in the same room as you. The captain can always use leadership when helping. That's also pretty good. That's also quite a good one. Makes them very strong helpers. That's quite strong. Yeah, fuck it. We could do that. It makes the captain a really vital person, but they are the captain. And if they get to the top desperation point, they're fucked. Oh, that's a good idea. When the captain, if the captain chooses to do a help one, Libra example's cool. I like that as a name. He can choose to do that, but he gains 2 desperation or something, or takes both the failures. When the captain chooses to help another crew member, ship, no matter the check, if this results in a failure, the captain takes on both restoration points. If injured, he takes it all. Yeah, I think just this. If only when injured they take all. Going about 3 desperation reduced health points. I don't think we need to do that because I could keep them hovering at 3 desperation and they just come across checks which are going to be crazy. And they can't help each other. I mean, I suppose you're saying if he has 2 desperation, he does this ability. Then it's cheaper. But it's a bit silly taking. What if he's just directing someone how to do something? How does he take the injury? Maybe it's a case of if he only has 1 desperation slot, then he can only provide he panics. Well, he has a heart attack if he dies. That's a good way to do it, I suppose. Yeah. Oh, I suppose it can go over cap, right? He just can't spend them anymore. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it can go over cap. You're right. You're right. He just won't be able to do it again until he goes down to 2. Can you spend this room when you're at less than 3? Is that right? Yeah. There you go. So it can go over cap. I think that's pretty good. And how they can't take action if you're at max. Yeah. So it means that they can't help others. Okay. Nice. Yeah, no, it should always be a different crew member. What was I going to say? I completely forgot. Well, I won't even need to put that here. Each player picks a different crew member. Oh yeah, the GM creates NPCs out of the leftover crew. However, these NPCs might not follow the stat box below. Are there as storytelling, motivators, and cannon fodder. Help people if they ever want to run this themselves. You decide the appearance and backstory for the crew member you pick. The captain names the ship. Expansion book crew, yeah, chef. We could probably do more stuff like this in future. All right, desperation dice is in here. Difficulty class. Most difficulty class roll. Most checks. The DM, the GM. Result in a success. Let me do this. Was on a success. Mina being the summer was on a success. Some CDCs will have moderations of, or have sometimes the DC would have worse failure. For example, if a creature attacks you at a DC of 6, rolling a 6 or above fights off the creature. A roll of 10 might kill it. Might kill it. A roll of 5 might be a minor injury. A 3 and a 1, a significant one. Okay. That's the tiers done there. Hiding is up here. Searching and items. When entering a room, only one character can search the room for supplies. Unless an ability specifies otherwise. So it will be so obvious that no roll is required. Whereas character can hold up to 1 heavy item and 3 light items at a time. 1 character each? No. They can't all come in and spam the ability. That's the point. Like, you choose. You choose. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Supplies. Using finesse. Yeah. I might even just take that back and say, the same goes for hacking and using like terminals. I might just say, I might separate items up a second. No, maybe it'd just be searching. Well, I don't want someone just to keep spamming it. Let me have a try on that machine. Well, I could and just I'll make up things to screw him over. Like, okay, this person's now caused their virus to be downloaded. It will be so obvious that no roll is required. Can have 3 items at a time. And some items have durability ammo uses. Yeah, I can just lock machine stuff. Okay. I put this in the class. Crew members. 5 health points. And 0. They die. All right. Is that kind of everything? I want to put a sacrifice ability in, but I think this might be everything. Fighting, I guess. And then we do items. Fighting and sacrifice. So, well, sacrifice might just be a case of if someone is about to die, you can choose to sacrifice your character for them. It is a straight up just replace, as long as you're in the same room, you can replace yourself in their position. You can find a way to save them and you die. It's a straight up, if they're going to die, you die instead. You could be at 5 health points, they're at 1, and you decide to sacrifice, you just die. Just for cinematic storytelling. If someone wants to just go, fuck it, I want the recruit to live, I dive in the way, get down, Mr. President, kind of, yeah, exactly. It'll be a very simple thing. As long as you're in the same room as them, you know. Self-sacrifice. If you are in the same room as another character, are they out? I think out. If you're in the same room as another character who is about to die, failed the check, you can sacrifice yourself to save them. If you do this, you immediately drop to 0 HP and they survive the check. Just a very simple thing. Negative effects, not this time. Just a sec. It's just a way of just being like, fuck it, I want that character to live. Fighting. I might put combat here as well. Also push difficulty. Put this in a nice order. It resets the desperation. Yeah, maybe they regain 1d4 desperation. Okay. Move difficulty class up as well. After this ability, can be first. Okay, let go of that. Boom, boom, boom. This game does not follow a simple. Does not follow a turn-based system. Instead, upon story beats occurring, DCs are set for the players involved. Additionally, players choose to do certain actions, and based on the result, consequences or lack thereof can happen. Combat. This is a horror one-shot, or this is a horror system, meaning combat will be difficult. It is set. Creatures are based on a DC and do not have health pools sometimes this does not mean they cannot be killed, however, as sometimes rolling high on the DC might put them down. Ultimately, the goal is to survive. There'll be some creatures that won't be able to be killed, essentially. Some combat items, such as guns, and melee weapons, can be found. Each item gives different bonuses. Okay. I think those are all the major rules there. Let me remove difficult class. We got below. Desperation probably should go up above, because it's one of the major rules. Insert horizontal line. We're almost done here. We get to design all the items for each of the characters in a second, and then we're done. It's been a very productive day. Okay. Desperation is an action ability. Yeah, I suppose so. I suppose it would fall under these. I'll put it as the top one because I feel like it is the most important system of this. So that goes there. Okay. And then, is that good enough here? I think so. That's a good set of systems for these. Get an idea of what they do. I'll put one last little thing. Yeah, just possible action, just examples, yeah. I'll put the last little thing I'll put is the setting, but I won't really fill this in. The setting's going to be a different sheet. Fudge's Horror One-Shot System. It'll come up with a better name once we use it. Where's the damn good middle? There it is. Below, you'll find all the rules and classes and mechanical things you need to know before the one-shot. We're using a very simple system. You roll against a DC, or you roll against a difficulty class. Using the appropriate ability. And die according, or I should say dice, to your class. Abilities worsen. Be a D4. The best a D10. And set. You are not adventurers, heroes. You're humans trying to survive. Impossible scenario. There we go. All right, that's all good. Now we just need to go through the crew and come up with their items, and we're done. I already know a couple I want to do. Which is the convict, cuffed hands, hidden cuffs on hands, hidden sharp object. No needs items. I'll probably give everyone one or two. Security. Keys to convicts' cuffs. And then when you use a weapon has +1 use, you can carry 2 heavy weapons. I think that's a nice thing as well. Keys to convicts' cuffs, and then what should they have? Their choice of a gun, or maybe they should have a stun baton. Exactly, kiddos. Yeah. Oh yeah, I could say choice of stun baton or nightstick. No, stun baton's good. Stun baton's good. I think guns we can treat elsewise. Chaplain. Book of their faith. I want to let them choose what the faith is. I'm probably going to make weapons bonuses. That'd be the only thing you get bonuses on. It'd be the simplest way to do it. Book of their faith. Do they need anything else? I'm trying to think of like something fun. I should just say symbol of their faith. Yeah, symbol of their faith. And then also maybe like a bottle of alcohol, like, or alcoholic beverage. Yeah, something flask, yeah. Alcoholic flask. Sci-fi horror, yes, yes. I might say they can hold on to 2 light items at a time and 1 heavy. Easier to track. Where did I put that? In the items and searching and items. I guess I'll just separate these two. Because I might give the scavenger a backpack. No, this is already almost done, Patty. Maybe like a backpack or like a pack. Which will allow them to hold like two more light items plus 1 heavy. And then what else can a scavenger have? Maybe a scanner? Alien, you're freaking me out, man. You go back to normal. Or a flashlight. Multi-tool might be mechanics. Yeah, I like that. I'll come back to those 2 later. Mechanic. Maybe I'll just give him a wrench. Because it could be used as a melee weapon. And also to tighten up some stuff. Wrench and... maybe some sort of data log or something. Analyzer is also good to know value. Scrap manual. Oh, welding mask is not a bad idea. They don't have a welder though. A data logger to help with interface? Yeah. I should call these technician, by the way. I'm going to call this technician. Because I do think they're going to be the one that does mechanical work and... I can't touch, I think it's too strong early on. I'm going to bring that up later. That'd be an item they can find. Yep, Grimjack, yeah. Yeah, datapad then. Doctor, they've already got that first aid kit. I can give them another first aid kit. And a health analyzer, maybe? Or a sewing kit, first aid kit. Health analyzer, maybe I should know. I'll save health analyzer for on the ship. That's an item that you find. It's better if they go in cheaper. I think first aid kit would include a sewing kit to me. So I'll go first aid kit because they can just be there. Hold doctor bag to analyze sickness, probably cure it. No, I think you're jumping the gun. We want stuff to be found. This is a small corporate vessel that doesn't have many resources. I want them to have to find stuff. I don't really know if they'd use a notepad though. Scalpel's not a bad idea. Yeah, they would have to find like an analyzing kit. Wherever they're landing is going to be a more expensive vessel. Yeah, I guess a knife or a scalpel. Because they could always just use that as a weapon, desperate weapon. Captain. They're not very finesse. I could give them a revolver with one bullet. And a communicator. Or like a captain's command key, which they can put into another ship and access to some stuff. Yeah, I think that's good. Or corporate command key. That means if they die, you're going to have to try and find the captain to get into the main logs. To get the other captain's log stuff. That could be good. Well, a booster injection on the doctor's not a bad idea, though, instead of the scalpel. So you stick someone with adrenaline or some shit, they can get a boost. Maybe adrenaline shot. I do like that. All right, and then finally, the two at the bottom. The stowaway. Now, we don't have to give the stowaway items, but I do like the idea that they have stolen some things. I like the idea that they've stolen. Food's not a bad idea. Can opener. What's up, Jinx? So I'm nearly done. I know you're probably starving, right? Oh. Okay, this is a fun idea. Stolen key, but they don't know what to. And so if the stowaway is an NPC, they will never. It'd be hard to find them. A lockpick's a good idea. Actually, lockpick's a better idea. Maybe the key just goes missing. They have to use it. Yeah, hacking tools not a bad idea either. I could say something corporate, stolen corporate asset, and I work with them to do it. A towel. Food rations isn't actually that bad because you could use them to like lure something out or test it. Food rations not a bad idea. Although they're going to probably come across a lot of food. I'm not going to spoil the specialization of facility. I'm going to wait for all that. I could take the backpack off of the scavenger. Give it to the stowaway. And then give the scavenger something else. Like a metal detector. Or something else. I don't know. Not metal detector. Oh, ship schematic. Well, this is gonna be a ship landing on another ship. So they wouldn't have the schematics of the new ship. could be the corpo they stole. Yeah, that's a good idea. Stolen schematic of ship. I like that. A rapid hacker? That's not a bad idea. Rapid hacker system could be good. One use. Is that a lockpick? Lockpick would be for actual locks. So like lockers and some portions of doors, but some doors are just going to be automatically locked. Unless we're doing a techno lockpick. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, there should be data. That's really probably better. You're right. Because there probably wouldn't be any mechanical locks, though. Is what they call it. Who's they? Data pick is my name for it now. I'm him. Actually, I don't want to give the stolen facility schematic because I thought that that's something you should find. That's a good finding thing. I do like the idea of they're involved in the story, though. Yeah, but I kind of like to give everyone an extra item. It's kind of fun. Yeah, maybe just food rations. But then they're gonna find food. O2 mask is not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea, actually. Stolen O2 mask. Because they might have to hide, you know. A pet's also a good idea. A pet is also a good idea. I like both of those. A little pet. But then that is going to be fucked up when that pet dies. We'll do this. Okay, and then finally, that's good enough, I think. Only 2 masks good. Items. For the recruit. Maybe it begins with nothing. Yeah. Gift from home. Gift from home. Good idea. Roll 1d10 to see how useful it is. Two to 4 is... Well, I don't want to add too much comedy in here, chat, because horror is the main theme, so I want to avoid too much comedy here. His clothes. 5 to 7 is... Yeah, flashlight as well could be good. I mean, we've already got one, but... I think 10 would be a multi-tool. Family knife. Or an engraved knife. So what would 5 to 7 be? This has to be just okay. Still in the positive end, but not great. Not as good as a weapon or multi-tool. We've already got a knife. Money's not a thing now. Oh yeah, some sort of hollow thing. Firecrackers of some kind. It's a good idea. Is a automated musical instrument. I like that. Okay. I think that's perfect. I think that's all unique stuff. So we have all of our systems. Anything else to add? I don't think so. We've got the ability checks. Difficulty classes set up. Actions and abilities. Desperation mechanic. Combat mechanic. Search mechanic. Items. Yeah, but what's the manual going to do? I could do manual of corporate ship. I'll do this. Hollow message from home. Yep. Action abilities, desperation, combat, searching, items, help, self-sacrifice, hiding mechanic. Then you got the crew. Each one of them has their abilities, their items, and everything in place. Okay. Nice. Yeah, the leaflet might even have like a little secret use in the game. We'll see. All right. Well, chat, this has been a very productive day. We've got our one shot done. If this goes well, maybe we'll do another one. I'll set up another goal. I will probably put these behind goals because, to be honest, I'm not going to run these unless we hit certain sub goals and stuff. Just because I'm trying to pay rent and survive as a small streamer. So if this one does well, the next one will help. We'll put another goal up to make an expansion of this. Make sure it's saved. Oh, and that's all Google Docs. It's all fun. Let me close off the alien music. Let's send you guys on to someone else. And I'll be back tomorrow with Dispatch. Tomorrow is Dispatch Day. Followed by maybe probably just some general stuff. Thank you so much, Alfie, for adding your blood to the mix for the 37 months. I'm going to message some people around as well and send this to them. It's a difficult one to cast for because there's an element of, like, when I say serious, I don't mean they can't come in and do anything funny. I want to try and build suspense. And I think one of the issues when you do get streamers in is a lot of streamers I just wouldn't trust to build suspense. right? Their storytelling is always going to lead on comedy and stupidity. And the problem with that is that works for all of the other TTRPGs out there. For a horror one, I think you want to try and nail the atmosphere. And so it's a nice mix of people that do that silliness. Like, sorry, they do that nice, like, tonal comedy. Do you know what I mean? It might sound pretentious, but yeah, there can be moments of levity. It just can't be. If you invite certain people, right? Charbel's a great example. Charbel's amazing. He would probably struggle to take it seriously, you know? Or Boone. Boone would be a great example of that. Boone would definitely never in a moment, he'd probably constantly make cock jokes. And that's great for every other TTRPG, but for this one, I want to try and find a crew that is freaked out. They understand that the assignment of there's horror underlying. So I think I have a couple of people that would be into it. Let's raid. Alien style? Yeah. Think you could do a shrimp? I could bring you in. It's very much like Alien meets Dead Space. The Thing. Hell yeah? Okay. I'll bring you in there. Yeah. Like, levity is a great example of comedy in this. Like, I want to try and nail atmosphere. I want to actually try and scare a couple of people as well. That's what I want to try and do. That's like the part of the goal, is to try and actually freak some people out. Talking of scary, let's go and watch Naomi play Voices of the Void, chat. I'll be back tomorrow with the last 2 episodes of Dispatch. Maybe some Arc Raiders afterwards as we try and do the trials, because they're a pain in the ass. I don't get scared anymore, yeah. But even if you can't get scared, the idea is also to like try and help the freaky vibe. When am I going to play it? Probably when everyone stops playing it, because otherwise, you know, you're probably just going to be oversaturated on it. So, I'm not sure. All right, everyone, go and enjoy Naomi. I'll be back tomorrow for the last 2 episodes of Dispatch. Some Arc Raiders probably, and just messing around. We've got Big Bad Evil Gang on Thursday. Lots of good stuff this week. This should be coming soon. Now that we've got this nailed down, it's just a matter of getting the artwork and everything done.